Where am I? Why does that say waiting for me? Where's my headphones? Why does one say I'm live, one say I'm not live? Hey, Lindsay. Hello, Michael. Oh, I can hear myself now. That's scary. Go away. Don't want to be hearing myself. Really don't want to be hearing myself. What's up? What's up? Yeah, bago. There's a lot going on, isn't there? Lots and lots going on. Who wants the link? There's only 9 of us here. I'll pin it. Why, Michael? Why? See if Michael's coming up. Hey up, Max. Wonder if Max has heard over in Canada. Strange things. Anybody heard about Erika Cuck and what she was involved in? Allegedly involved in. Strange. Well, hello, Blunt. What's this? God bless Erika. Blunt. I heard her on here. Oh, it's mad as poo. Allegedly, she was involved in all kinds of child smuggling. And she used to work for Trump in the beauty pageants. Involved in child smuggling, allegedly, to the UK. Allegedly to Israel. Kids, Romanian children smuggled to Israel. Allegedly. Good few charities that she was involved in and set up. Nobody heard that. Was it just me? It was just a little tune, wasn't it? Where's my bloody co-host? Is he hiding, is he? The people know who Callum is that used to work for the Lotus. I don't know if he still works for the Lotus Eaters or not. Callum. He used to go in Revs a lot. Nice guy he is. He went off to Afghanistan and came back with a load of souvenirs and was auctioning them off to pay for his trip. No, Lindsay, he's fucking skiving tonight, isn't he? Every day he sends me a message, what time you going live? And I said, nah, not tonight, Josephine. Yeah, I did. I played it on here, Blunt. Played it on here. You'll know Callum when you, Blunt. I don't know whether he's still with the Lotus Eaters or not. He done an absolute brilliant video of Tommy. We're going to play it in a minute. But I have to pause it and go through it, obviously. Hey, Ozymander. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, friends with quite a few people. He speaks the Queen's English. Not the King's, because he's just fucking, I don't know what's the matter with him. Big up everyone for last Saturday. I can't be more proud to be under the Commonwealth. Yeah, but how many people were duped, Amanda? I mean, from what I saw clips, I never watched it, but what I saw clips of was just pure racist. Whether Twitter was just deliberately sending me all the racist clips, I don't know. Yeah, but for what reasons, Manda? Following a man that don't put this country first? Following a man that'd rather follow a country or fight for a country that was genociding women and children. If Putin was doing it to Ukraine, there'd be fucking hell up, wouldn't there? There'd be hell up if Putin was doing it to Ukraine. I think that was to stand against him to get him out. I don't know. I don't know what that means, Banda. To get who out of office? It's crazy. You got all the British supporting Israel, and you got the Israelis not supporting Israel. You got the Jews not supporting Israel. But you got all these numpties going around with fucking Israeli flag with another flag attached to it saying Jesus is a king. Well, we know what they think of fucking Jesus. We know what they think of fucking Mother Mary. Well, I wouldn't say it was multiculturalism. I'd say they've got the tokens, but they never called out the two white men to rape the Sikh girl, did they? They could have called that out. We should send them all to the North Pole or the South Pole or both. Which ones are we sending? I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. You got all these fucking idiots, right? All fucking shouting the odds about football and all that lot, right? Moaning about the politicians, whinging about politicians, right?
What up?
What up?
All right.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You got all these fucking people moaning about the politicians, right?
Mm-hmm.
All fucking into their football. Yeah, all fucking chatting football on every fucking panel. And what their team is, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Every fucking one of them took the knee to George Floyd. Every one of them.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I think Blood just hit the nail on the head.
Yep. Blunk. All right, Max, got you, mate. I got you. How you doing?
Doing all right.
Doing all right.
Doing all right.
You had it all over there, didn't you? Black Lives Matter and bow the knee, drop the knee.
Yeah, we did. It was really disgusting to watch. Yeah. Our most favorite accomplishment was elbows up, which was elbows on the knees, pretty much. So.
Yeah. Hey up, Beyonce.
Hey, Beyonce.
Hi, Beyonce.
Yeah, I've got Callum's video to play in a bit. That is absolutely hilarious.
So what's this about Erika Cuck might not be what she's cracked up to be? Is that
Well, Erika,
yeah.
allegedly.
Is it Eric?
No, she isn't Eric. She isn't an Eric. She is an Erika.
Okay.
But she's got Really, I mean, we know they're all tied. We know that they've got connections. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, but she used to work in Trump's pageants. You know, the pageant queens.
Yeah.
You know, in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
Right?
That in itself isn't quite evidence of misdealings, but
No, but it's also, I mean, that's also linked to child trafficking,
but yeah, it's quite
allegedly.
yeah.
And then you've got her ministry, which was called Romanian Angels.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which was accused of trafficking children from Romania to various locations, including Israel. Yeah, and Charlie and her met in Israel on one of his trips.
Seeing a pattern here, eh?
Yeah.
Not to go down the Sandy Hook Road, but well, Charlie even dead?
Well, that's it. Yeah, I mean, that's the big question. And is the shooter really a person?
Yeah.
No, why didn't they have him on screen when he stood up for his hearing the other day?
I don't know.
No, we know that in the past he's been a crisis actor.
Now they're putting out rumors of a bullet from behind. Have you heard
Yeah.
that? Yeah. It's an interesting one.
Have you seen the leak? Have you seen the leaked text messages?
I have. That was just a disturbing read. Yeah.
Very, very strange read as well, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
The
Very
people in the chat.
exaggerated. Very almost you would think scripted, but you know, these are strange people to begin with. So that they talk to each other in strange ways may not be quite the evidence, you know, of it maybe being a fake or something.
But the really weird thing is, right,
Yeah.
is in some of the messages. Let's screen.
Yeah.
Can't see it, can we?
Yeah, it's up there.
Evening, Spike.
Yeah, I was listening to it at work, so I caught most of it. Somebody was reading it out.
But I was listening to Candace earlier. I mean, I might play a bit of a live from earlier. Yeah, it was bizarre. She was going through the time scale of thing, or the time slots, and she's like mountain time and eastern, there's mountain time and there's eastern time. Because America's got so many bloody time zones, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. 5 here, 5 there.
But they already put it out that he bought a rifle and he bought it cheaply.
And then it was his grandpa's.
And now they're saying that no, he didn't buy one, it was his grandpa's, right?
Yeah.
They put the messages out saying that it had all been discussed in Discord. And then Discord come out and made a big statement saying there was no messages of that nature on the Discord platform in his name.
Yeah, I heard some of the Discord chat as well, and it was he was talking mostly with like probably other Mormons.
But Discord have come out and said there is no messages that the FBI that Patel said there was. You know, when
Get
his
your story straight, Jesus.
when his eyeballs were popping out of his head. I mean, I don't know whether his eyeballs were popping out of his head or whether the lizard man was trying to get out. I don't know what was going on.
You got to get your story straight, Jesus.
So what they're saying is they found messages that wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Strange.
But then, from where he lives with his roommate, but he also supposed to live with his mum and dad.
Yeah.
But he was also paying his roommate's parents money to live there. But that's 6 hours away. So in all the messages, why didn't he say I won't be home tonight? And where did he stay that night?
Huh.
But he got changed when he got to. They saying in the messages that he got changed when he put the gun down.
Where? Like
In the
middle of
woods.
the field or something, or what?
Yeah, in the woods.
In the woods. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there is a bit of man-made woodery, a few trees.
Yeah.
If that's what the woods are. If that's what they call woods, I don't know what the. So it was only a few trees, isn't it?
Yeah.
But then they find this gun that there's no photograph. And New York Times, how come New York Times get the scoop on it? I mean, Candace Owens pointed out brilliantly, how did the New York Times get the scoop on it? Why didn't somebody in Utah get the scoop on it?
Well, Netanyahu called them first.
Yeah. We better speak to our best friends. Our best friends, you know, we know who owns the New York Times.
Yeah.
We better call them and get them to sort it out.
Yeah.
Netanyahu offered him £150 million. He had 40 donators, Israeli donators,
Yeah.
like, which were all unbacking him or stopping to donate to him because he'd gone down the rhetoric of calling Israel out instead of being behind them. And the donors were dropping off and they were threatening him. So, like, Candace was talking about the letter and the invite to, I mean, Netanyahu's making the invite sound like it was a polite invite. Well, Candace has also had that invite to Israel, you know, and, you know, they started that whole thing together.
Well, even now, Alex Jones is starting to allow anti-Jewish talk.
Well, he's even speaking anti-Jewish himself, isn't he?
Yeah.
Is it anti-Jewish or is it anti-Zionist? Is it anti-what? You know?
Yes.
Yeah. Because, I mean, the ones that are in Israel that aren't Zionists are the ones that are standing up against Netanyahu. I mean, did you see the massive demonstration outside his house the other night? The police had shut down the road going down to Netanyahu's house.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, they set a fire out outside his house and they all camped outside his house. Israel doesn't represent us. Bring the hostages home. Stop invading Gaza. You're endangering the lives of the hostages. Let the food aid in because obviously the hostages ain't getting fed.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I've got to grab my rifle. To be honest, I hope to keep this secret till I die of old age.
Well, why are you blabbing about it then?
So why did he want to keep it secret if he already told him in the first letter, in the first message? Drop what you're doing and look under my keyboard. But he wanted to keep it a secret. And then, where's the time? Where's the You know, they've got all these messages, right? And then you got to print out up there, right, these messages. Where's the time slots?
Yeah.
Right, so these are text messages. So why have they transcribed them? I'm wishing I'd circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man will do if I don't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I doubt it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me.
Every gun has a serial number, doesn't it?
Yeah. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with me. How did he? If he didn't have the ability, how did he manage to get it from where he was to the woods?
Yeah. And if he got it from where he was to the woods, why didn't he just take it to his car?
Exactly.
If he was planning to go back and get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I might have to abandon it and hope that they don't find prints. How the expletive will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? Well, the bullets they've showed have all stated they're laser engraved bullets. Right, and they stated themselves the bullets were laser engraved. Well, he says he was engraving them.
I heard that he was engraving cartridges. I heard he was engraving cartridges like the previous shooter.
Yeah, so how can he engrave bullets? You can't use a laser engraver on a live round.
Yeah, I don't know how he's engraving them. It's, I suppose he could just be carving something into them. But that would mess up your barrel, wouldn't it?
Mm. So he's going to have to leave the gun. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Delete this exchange, he says. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The Fed released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me. I'm not answering. I'm not answering. Since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. But he was registered with MAGA, wasn't he?
No.
Was he not?
No, I don't think so.
Who was he registered with then?
I don't know that he was.
I'm sure they said that he was registered with MAGA but didn't vote.
Okay.
He definitely wasn't a Democrat.
This is an ever-changing story. Like they're changing.
Yeah, I know. It's changing every day.
Yeah. Hard to keep up with it.
I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbours here as a deputy for the sheriff. He don't say his dad was an ex-deputy, though, does he?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you just say I'm turning myself into my dad? He obviously, if this is his partner he's talking to, he must know that his dad's a ex-police chief or something.
Didn't they initially say that his father went to a priest about it or something?
Yeah, he rang the priest.
Who was something that was to do with ex-police or something as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, ex-law enforcement.
Yeah. Seems to be a lot of very... I don't know. A lot of things that really.
And then his dad turned him in, apparently, right? So he even turned himself in. His dad turned him in.
Yeah.
Which is it? Did he turn himself in, or did his dad? You know?
That's
As I heard his dad saw, like you're saying, they saw the photo of the gun, and the father saw the photo of his son apparently, and said, "That's our son." And
Yeah.
I don't know. It's,
so everybody knows Candace Owens, don't they?
yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
So I'll put the video in. I was watching this at the time. I mean, this has had 892,459 views. She streamed 2 hours ago. There was like 260,000 people in the chat at the time.
Yeah, they got us really distracted with this, eh?
Mm. So she goes through reviewing the timeline. So she goes through the timeline.
As best as anyone can, I guess.
Mm.
Of Tyler Robinson make perfect sense if you don't think about them at all. Like literally, if you suspend all reason, all rationality, then they can make perfect sense. That's the only way. You just have to stop thinking. You got to get to that point where you're like, are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? No, to be fair. Now we are more broadly considering how stupid the feds believe that we are. And the frankly obnoxious messages that someone strung together must clearly be for either our or their own entertainment. So I want to hyper-focus on those. I want to actually hyper-focus on what exactly is wrong with these text messages between Lance and Tyler. Now, first and foremost, the obvious thing, there's no timestamps. Right away, major red flag.
No, she's all the same.
Say, he sent the first message at this time. It's a part of your investigation, right? Everybody is on edge globally wanting to know what happened, and they just remove that. But don't worry, you guys, because like I told you, one of the things that me and Charlie always believed in was that we could work harder. And I got to tell you, these devils are working pretty hard, but we can work harder than them. And Charlie always believed in. And I decided to go back. And I got to tell you, these devils are of what Tyler Robinson allegedly wrote to his lover.
Yeah,
I decided I could
like before?
work them into the timeline. I could work out an approximate timeline, at least, for us to look at visually for when they...
Say that again?
They should be going way back in his thread to see, if that's how they actually talk.
Yeah. Exactly. Because it's a bizarre conversation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bizarre conversation. I mean, I'm like the most laziest messenger ever. No punctuation, no full stops, nothing, no capital, nothing.
Yeah.
Every sentence rolls into the next sentence, and then it's like decrypt it when you decrypt it. I sent somebody a message the other day, and he turned around and he said, "Can you write that in fucking English?"
Had to have been sent on the basis of what he's saying, right? Because he says certain things that were not revealed to the public at a certain time. So we're going to do that. I also want to point out the fact that the language, which many people said online, somebody actually left a very funny comment. It's like borderline poetic. He's got commas in there. It's like perfect English. And that's actually a striking contrast compared to what's inscribed on.
So perhaps he had, what's it called? What's that setting you used to have on your phone? It would do all the punctuation for you, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Apparently he was an intelligent kid, though. So.
But he was an actor, wasn't he? He was in 2 movies.
Yeah.
Mm. Beyonce. I spell phone F-O-N-E because I can't be bothered to type the extra letter.
the casings, right? He goes through all of these memes that he's written, and I'm not hip to the lingo. Okay, you got to be real deep internet and hip, but for whatever reason, when he's writing these messages, he's very proper, extremely proper, right? What really wants to make sure he gets the punctuation correct. Anyways, let's.
But that's to his alleged boyfriend.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I was going through my phone earlier trying to work out how many people punctuate their fucking messages. You know, or the messages are very short and very slang. It's all in slang language, isn't it?
Usually, yeah.
I hate typing. I'd rather speak than type. So why did he send text messages instead of ringing? I don't get that neither.
Yeah, good question.
Just dive right back into the timeline. Let's dive right back into this conversation. And we're at first going to focus on the third message. And don't forget just to lead up into this. They are telling us that at no time that we're allowed to know on September 10th, after Charlie Kirk was shot, the roommate, that's Lance.
You don't have to risk. You don't have to risk using AI and having it flub up, mess up on you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what was that? That was that video that I was watching. Oh, the United Nations. When I was doing the live the other day, when the United Nations said that Israel was definitely genociding. Now, when the United Nations write to Israel, Israel replies with AI. He gets AI to reply to the messages. Oh my God, piss off, who is she? Candace Owens actually started with Charlie Kirk.
And that other guy, what was she was with that other guy for a while.
Yeah. And then she was then working for the
what was that guy?
Big news, what's it called? But because she said something about Israel, they sacked her, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember who she worked for. She's someone with, was it, how many subscribers has she got? 4.97 million subscribers. She's now on 936,720 views. So she gets more views and more subscribers than the BBC, Sky News, Channel 4. So she gets quite a lot. And she's probably worth more than them as well.
Probably, yeah. Well, she doesn't have to spend her money on social engineering, so.
No.
Actually, they don't spend their money on it either. They spend our money on it. So.
She's got 68K likes on the video as well, Beyonce. I mean, other live the other day, that just went mental, man. I was in that chat, and the chat is just moving so quickly, it's unbelievable. Why they don't put slow mode on is I don't know.
Message from Robinson, which said, "Drop what you are doing. Look under my keyboard." And so Lance, I don't know what he does all day, but he can do that. He knows he's home. And Lance then runs. I'm saying he prances, who knows, and looks, and he sees this note. And to be clear, we're never going to be able to see that note because the feds have since told us that the note was destroyed. But
yeah, the note was destroyed, but they've got a photo image of it. Yeah, I mean, the partner, he thought he would take a photograph of the image.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Even though he destroyed the note, he took a picture of it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that makes sense, because if you're going to destroy something.
See, I came into this live late. I was in somebody else's chat, and I was bored. Was I? I don't know. But I went off looking at other live streams.
The best thing to do is to take a picture of it. The Fed saw the picture, but we're not going to be able to see either. Anyways, don't think about it if you want it to make sense.
So if there was a picture, why haven't they given us the picture?
Should be stored on the cloud somewhere.
Yeah. If there was the picture of these Discords, why haven't they given us the Discord chat? And why if Discord come out and said, not on our platform?
All makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and they can look at deleted stuff and stuff that are in private because obviously, I mean, everybody knows I got a bollocking for my Discord. They were going to blobby grass me up for my Discord. And I was going to lose my Discord unless I took it down. And that was the email from Discord. And I had to put it on another page that only I could access.
Then we find out that Lance, I guess, decided to take a picture and then text Tyler back. And here is where he asks him, Lance says, Tyler, what? You're joking, right? This, the note said, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it. So Lance is like, what? You're joking. And Robinson says to him, Tyler says, I'm still okay, my love, but I am stuck in Orem. That's the town, okay, that UVU is at, for a little while longer yet. So poetic. A little while longer yet. I'm going to look that up on my phone later. It shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. Now, I want to jump to this next message.
Why did you involve him then?
So he wants to come home, but he's 6 hours away from his home. So when did he leave his home? But he left a note under the keyboard. So does his boyfriend not work neither then? Oh no, what day was it? What day was the campus thing?
The 10th.
Yeah, so what was that, a working day or was it a weekend? I don't know.
No, that was a Wednesday.
It was a Wednesday, so obviously the boyfriend must have had a day off or doesn't work.
Yeah, that would make sense.
But they don't tell us a timeline. They don't give us a timestamp of that message that he messaged to say, look under my keyboard. And when did he take the photograph where he's standing by Valhalla Island? With they show with him wearing the same fucking sneakers. I don't know.
Because it gives us a timeline. He says to him, I assume right away, Lance says, you weren't the one who did it, right? And Robinson says, I am. I'm sorry. And the roommate says, I thought they caught the person. Okay. And Robinson responds, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated
How did
someone.
you know that? Like, what time was it? Yeah, timestamps would really help on this.
Yeah, I think in a minute she goes through into the FBI timestamps.
Yeah.
But that guy that they caught, he was the one that's been at he was at 9/11. He was at some bombing or some other shooting.
Yeah.
And now he's there today. Now he was there on that day.
Yeah.
Right? But he's also a Zionist Jew.
Yeah. What a shock! I'm shocked.
What's he called? Zen or Zex or Zoot or something like that? He's called. He dropped his trousers, didn't he? He was stalling for time to let whoever was, and let them dismember or dismantle evidence. He was a complete distraction. Is that Michael back?
Why?
Why?
I am listening. I have been listening.
All right.
Yeah.
Or clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Okay, so that lets us actually be able to drop that into the timeline pretty simply. Why? Because we know, and we can pull up this timeline, that they at first thought it was George Zinn, so that's who he's referencing, some
George Zen.
crazy old dude. And on the timeline, Skylar, if you want to pull that up so we can go through it, what time Charlie gets shot at 12:23 p.m. Scroll down a bit. George Zinn, we learn about 30 minutes after that, George Zinn, the decoy boy, that's when it's announced that he's a suspect in custody by the Utah police. But it's not until, by the way, 5:30 p.m., because he mentioned that.
So 12:23, he's shot, but it's like not after he's shot. Yes, I've seen that, Blunt. But then there's all these people around Erika that have all been arrested for similar things as well. Which is obviously Charlie's wife. But are they historic? Is this before him and Charlie were married? She's done lots of weird and wonderful things in her life before they got married. And she still owns charities now. A Christian charity she still owns now, clothing company.
Second suspect, and he curiously says in that correspondence that he's wearing similar clothing, which I find to be strange. We don't know what that second suspect is wearing until 5:30 p.m. When Governor Cox, 12 minutes into a press conference, the press conference began at 5:30 p.m., mentions that the second suspect, who is a person of interest, is wearing all dark clothing. So the earliest that message could have been sent out is after 5:30 p.m. I think it's unlikely because I think, again, this is all made up, these messages, because he says wearing similar clothing. Okay, he tells us dark clothing. What's similar about that? This guy allegedly, when he did this, was wearing black jeans. I was wearing, dark jeans and a black shirt. So that's like everyone on campus, okay? Nobody in the press conference says, oh, we picked him up because he was wearing something similar to the shooter. So that language right there is actually a mistake from the feds. But again, it allows us to be able to plot it into the timeline. So that's good. Okay. Timeline is back up here. And we then know Kash Patel tweets that the subject in custody has been released. Our investigation continues. That was a mistake. The guy in the darker clothing, we don't know who that is. And then it's after, again, like I said, that these correspondences then had to take place. So we're talking about late in the evening, okay, 6 hours on. I'm wondering what it is that Tyler Robinson is doing throughout this entire time. Skylar, you can keep this up because I want to keep scrolling, okay? What he's doing throughout this entire time, because that's a very long time for him to be just around campus. But then luckily, he's going to let us know what he's doing, right? He's going to jump right in here and he's telling us that he's close to the scene. We know in this conversation that he then says to Lance that he's looking to get that rifle, right? He says, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring it back. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's actually go earlier. He then tells us his alibi, which is amazing, right? He's saying, I'm lingering around there. I'm trying to get the vehicle. And then, of course, as you always do when you're trying to clean up things, you then spell out your alibi, right? Lance asks him, why did you do this? And Robinson says, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate cannot be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, like I'm trying to clean up the scene, but also I'm telling you exactly what my motive is here, I will have left no evidence. I'm going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Okay, so we are now late in the evening. He's still hanging around. The roommate then comes and says, how long have you been planning this? He says, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, still trying to get close to that rifle. So I'm wondering if...
I mean, what kind of answer is that? A bit over a week, I believe. You know how long you've been planning it, don't you? If you've been planning it, he probably planned it. I mean, if he is a genuine person, he probably planned it from when he got batters on stage. I don't get it. If you plan to do something, you know how long it's taking you to plan something, don't you?
Yeah.
A bit over a week, I believe. What kind of, I mean,
Right.
did the FBI write these messages?
maybe the feds might drop us some footage, right? We should be able to see some footage. He's got to be idling in his car. You've been speaking about how he has this car. I'm assuming he's not just sitting in the woods or sitting on a
wasn't
sidewalk.
he questioned in the 6 hours that he was sitting around in his car, you know, waiting for that other car to go away? Hey, come on.
Yeah, but why isn't the boyfriend saying, "Where the fuck are you?
I'm close.
What are you doing?"
Well, he said I'm close to the scene.
Yeah. But why? But I don't know. It's bizarre, isn't it?
Yep.
This
You know what it's like if you're fucking late home from work and your missus is fucking messaging, "Where the fuck are you?"
Yep.
is a quote unquote manhunt. So where is he casually sitting, lingering, loitering? I don't know, but that would be some pretty good footage that they could release if they don't want us all to become a conspiracy theorist, okay? He then says, yeah, I've been planning this for a bit over a week. I can get really close to it, but there's a squad car that's parked right by it. That's the drop-off spot. I think they already swept the spot, but I don't want to chance it. And then he tells Lance that I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. You know, yeah, that's a vehicle. I'm worried what my...
Yeah, exactly, Blunt. I mean, was it advertised that he was going to be at Utah College? Was it for the campus kids? Was it, you know, was it an open event?
Yeah, open event, and it was, I think it was like announced like a week before or so. So that kind of makes sense. But...
Right. So Joe Public could just walk in the campus and go and view it anyway.
I guess.
Mm. Oh, November, man.
old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I went to exactly where I got this.
But they already said on Discord that he bought a rifle. It cost him a few $100, they said, or something like that. that he bought one. They said it was on the Discord messages, didn't they?
Yeah.
So did you buy a rifle or did you go and nick out your granddad's fucking off his wall? And so how long's he had the rifle? The boyfriend must have seen the rifle if he left the boyfriend's house in the morning because he left a note for the boyfriend. They haven't thought this through, have they?
No.
Remember when how I was engraving bullets? But what, he's got a laser engraver in his boyfriend's house, is he? That his mum and dad live at?
Allegedly.
Eh? Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah, so they've got their own laser engraver.
Rifle from, okay?
And so he would have had to take the ammo and the gun to his boyfriend's house, wouldn't he?
Right.
And then driven the 6 hours to Utah to go to the event. So how did he get from his pickup truck? Did he dismantle the gun and then climb on the roof with the gun dismantled in the first place? And that's how allegedly he left a screwdriver on the roof of the building when he dismantled it to leave. But then they find it assembled, but they gave a statement saying his DNA was on the screwdriver that was left on the roof of the building. So how did he reassemble it without a screwdriver? Bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah, anybody that would have just done what he'd done wouldn't hang about, irrelevant of whether anything was left or not. They'd get the fucking fuck out of there, wouldn't they?
Mm.
And it
But
was
he's
a
driving.
Dodge Challenger he had.
Eh?
A Dodge Challenger he had.
Yeah. But I don't think he ever gets back to his boyfriend's house, does he?
No.
So when he changed back into his shooting clothes, allegedly, where did they arrest him from? Where did he get picked up from in his shooting clothes?
Don't know.
I don't know. I don't even know if it had a serial number. Weird, because he's been playing this for a week. He might have checked. Now all of a sudden he's getting into details and is wondering if it had a serial number. That seems a little strange to me. But it wouldn't trace to me, of course, because you just told us in writing that it's your grandpa's. Definitely trying to cover your tracks. I worry about...
If it's granddad's gun, when did he zero the sight in for himself? Because everybody's got a different eye. You've got to zero the sight for yourself. Granddad might have fucking extra thick rim glasses on and he shoots totally different to fucking grandson. Grandson wears glasses. So he would have had to take the rifle somewhere to zero it for starters, to set the scopes up. You can't pick somebody else's rifle scope up and fucking zero it to your eye. Yeah, and also, I mean, everybody, I mean, the granddad might be a big bloke. He might be an old frail guy. You know, you've got to set the scope on the rail properly for your eye. But then for none of that. Is that too Confucius or what?
No, it's pretty straightforward, isn't it?
Prince, I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Okay, we're going to get to that. Focus on the changing outfits. That's a really important piece of this. And that is why I am now a confirmed conspiracy theorist on this. Okay, I left it in the bush where I changed outfits. Okay, I didn't have the ability or the time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope that they don't find Prince. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. That's the only thing. Otherwise, it was a perfect job. It was top of the line, professional job. The only thing I left behind was the weapon with my Prince on it. Oh, my.
It just happens to be in a cardboard box. Ready for the New York Times to take a photograph of. With somebody's cowboy boot in the picture. Now, the way that scope's mounted, whoever mounted that scope has got a very fucking short eye. Because to me, it looks like the fucking bolt's going to hit the fucking scope. Now, you see that? Where the bolt retracts, that bolt's got to come up. Yeah. Obviously, the back end's going to twist, but you've got a little lever on the back of that for removing the bolt.
Yeah.
Well, that looks like it's going to hit the fucking scope, doesn't it? It's not mounted. It's on short mounts where it should be on longer mounts.
Yeah, the scope looks a little too big or something, almost.
Yeah, the scope's too close to the barrel as well. It should be on an extra on a tool mount.
Yeah.
It should be on a raised mount. Good. How are you going to cock that?
Hey, you're going to slam your knuckle into it.
Yeah. And and when it recoils, it's going to slam it right into your eye, and you're going to get what they used to call sniper's eye. That photograph is 4 years old, Spider.
Is it Mauser a top load or a bottom load?
Bottom load. Top load. Sorry. So how'd you load it?
That's a
Top load is magazine-less, isn't it?
Yeah. How do you put it? That doesn't make much sense. Do they just want us to be stupid? Like,
Yeah, it takes 4 rounds and 1 in the chamber, doesn't it?
yeah, and a magazine that goes on the top.
Yeah. You got a loader. You got a loader.
Yeah.
You stack the bullets in a loader and then push them down into the gun like you used to do with you used to quick load a 303 like that.
Is that like a swivel scope or something?
Yeah, it's a mount on a quick release.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like a quick release. It's a stock photo from an earlier scene. Well, the New York Times said they had the scoop on it. New York Times said that they were at the scene.
So the giant thing beside the arrow, that's the bolt, eh?
Yeah. But on the back of the bolt,
straight up almost.
Yeah, on the back of the bolt, you've got a lever right at the back that you've got to lift up.
Yeah.
And twist so that you can actually remove that bolt from there. It's like got a safety mechanism for the retractor.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Mauser had a straight. It was made by Husqvarna, I think.
Yeah.
And it had a strange bolt, which it had to index. All bolts have to index, but this had a strange index on it.
Yeah, I feel like they're just like saying you're so stupid you'll believe anything.
Yeah.
Gosh, right? Like that's kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. Then he, of course, explained, remember how I was engraving the bullets? The effing messages are mostly a big meme. I know I speak proper here, but it's just a meme that I was writing. I wrote, notice his bulge. On Fox News, I might have a stroke if they say that, right? If I see notice his bulge on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm going to have to leave it. Oh, that really effing sucks. It's almost perfect. Okay. So he then ends this message. This is all from the day. This is all we have from September 10th. Okay. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun. I want to make it very clear. This is Grandpa's gun. Okay. Nobody should question this narrative because he has put it all here. I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Okay. So that ends that exchange. Now, I have a couple of notes here that I put here at the end of day one as we worked in this correspondence, which all had to happen.
Take out your eye. On a gun you can't. A scope will take out your eye. On a gun you can't load.
Yeah.
And you can't even cock it. Yeah. Right, November Man? I don't believe this either. And I don't know shit about guns, really.
Bonjour, Mr. Brick.
Bonjour. So it's
Let's
like
call it 7 p.m. earliest, as I say here, which I want to be clear. The campus is 3 to 4 hours away from where Tyler and Lance live together. We have a map.
No, it's 4 hours away. So 3 hours, 3 hours 37, 4 hours 29 if they go that way. Okay.
Up here to show you that. So he's just loitering until, like I said, earliest. He's signifying around like 7 p.m. that he's still very close to campus. That's a long day. That's a real long day, just waiting to see when you can go in there. And there's a manhunt, and he's chill. He's chill because he's changed his outfit. How do we know he changed his outfit? Because he made it very clear that he dropped the clothes, his shooting clothes, right there. He got changed. He didn't have time to take the rifle that was in the that he put in the towel, but he did have time to change. That totally makes sense. And then for whatever reason, he had to leave the rifle with the prints on it. Okay. What's interesting about that though is
that's because he put those red shorts on, isn't it? We had red shorts on when he was walking past that doorbell.
Do you just want to summarize what the topic is?
At the moment, it's about the debacle that the FBI are feeding us about the timeline when Charlie Cuck was allegedly murdered.
Mm-hmm.
We should recognize that curiously what they've removed from this indictment, again, relevant to the clothes, was the fact that, and the governor's going to say it, that we are told that he at first enters campus on this day at 8:07 a.m. TMZ shows us the footage, remember, of the man wearing a maroon t-shirt and shorts. That's how this day begins. That is walking through a neighborhood just outside of university grounds. The Governor Cox has confirmed this is him. Not mentioned in the indictment. That's curious. Seems very relevant. Surely, you guys.
Hey, it's the first time everything. Nico.
How have you changed your authentication?
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? How have I what?
You changed your authentication.
Was that the reason you let us on without putting your banner up?
Well, I know what your first name is, so
It's Christopher. My second name's Wilshire.
That's it. Tell everybody how I fucking authenticate you.
Postcode, Chris.
Yeah.
NE15.
Shut up. How are you, mate? All right?
I'm sound. Pretty interesting topic. Obviously, I'm not going to interrupt you, Smiler, while you're playing the video, but the word allegedly, was what's sticking in my mind at the moment.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Hello, Urban. Urban's in, people.
Oh, yeah.
Trump's best mate. Right. So he was walking past in his shorts and his t-shirt with his backpack on his back. When they had the footage of him jumping off the roof, did he have a backpack on when he jumped? Oh, no, yeah, he did, didn't he? It looked more like a gun bag, didn't it? Not a backpack.
Yeah, and he was in jeans and a hoodie or something, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. Do you honestly think that this was just done by him and him alone?
No,
of course not. I don't even think it was done.
So, like when you've got the footage of him walking up the college stairways, right, and walking past places, whatever, you can see clearly that he's got something tucked away on him, right? Okay, whatever this is, or it could be just the way he's walking or whatnot. But how did he get to where he got? Didn't get seen. How did he get away? How all these Discord men? Are you telling me that when you said allegedly, Smiler, are you trying to say that Charlie Kirk hasn't been murdered? Well, fucking what world is this again? Is this a bit like, you know, how MSNBC and shit like that and CNN were saying, oh, allegedly assassination attempt of Donald Trump? Remember when he got his ear shot, right? Okay, now, didn't a man die?
Yeah.
Didn't a man die, right, as a result of that there? And there was a funeral. There was a funeral. There was a body, right? So what world do you leftists live in, right? When you are spreading this rhetoric all around the fucking world, right? Okay, Nazi, this, that, whatever. Then when something happens from a radicalized young individual, right? How do
you know that individual actually exists? When we know that the alleged person is a crisis actor.
Well, how do you know Donald Trump?
We know that he's been in 2 movies.
Yeah, Donald Trump doesn't actually. Is he as a president? It's all a figment of your imagination.
Hey, Orange Man. How does an Orange Man exist?
Well, how does he exist on your basis?
Hey?
Using your logic, right? How does, because you're saying, how do you know this person actually exists? You're saying allegedly Charlie Kirk was murdered, assassinated, right? Which, let's face it, we all know he was, right? Okay, we all know he was. Now, anyone that tries to deny that or rebuttal it or whatever with anything other than, well, but this and it could be that and whatever, there's no proof. You're saying, giving us no fucking meat on the bone, Smiler, other than, well, it could be a figment of your imagination.
No, Chris, what I'm saying is, how do you know he was the actual murderer? Yeah, there's many videos that show that somebody else might have done it.
Right? Name them.
Well, they've given us a CCTV image of him on the roof, but they didn't give the video of him shooting, right?
But
there's been no forensics. There's been no forensics. There's no gunshot residue. Yeah. There's been no.
How do you know this? Are you working for the
FBI? Because they're reporting every single detail of the case.
What details have they reported?
And they haven't done no forensics. They were asked about forensics.
All right.
They've asked about forensics. The press have asked about forensics, and they couldn't confirm whether any forensics were being taken.
He's admitted to the shooting.
Who's admitted to the shooting? You heard him, did you? You heard his actual confession come out of his mouth.
Did you have it not come out of his mouth?
I haven't heard him have a confession.
Well, it's been reported by the FBI and fucking...
Well, there's been lots of things. We're talking about that now, Chris. And none of it adds up.
Who am I meant to believe? Am I meant to believe you in your conspiracy theorist fucking head, right, okay? Or, you know, all the investigation... Smiler, we have video evidence. We watched Charlie Kirk get shot in the neck, mate. Right, okay? We watched all these radical leftists jump around and fucking praise him. We watched them all on TikTok for days afterwards, sitting praising and glorifying the death of a man, right, okay? Regardless of what political belief he had, right, okay? Like, glorifying it, right? And then, do you know what's quite funny? What I find amusing, though, right? Do you know, because they say, well, he got killed for his freedom of speech, right? And they're moaning about losing their jobs because they spoke out of their freedom of speech isn't free of consequences, like Charlie Kirk figured out and realized, right? The consequences for his freedom of speech was murdered, right? These cunts lost their jobs, and you've got dickheads like you, Smiler, sitting there trying to pretend that Charlie Kirk's not even dead. Sitting with Elvis in a little... Chris. Tea and tiffin with
Elvis. Chris, fuck off, Chris, you fucking idiot. Fucking assholes, man. Wind your neck in, Chris. We're talking about the shooter. We're not talking about whether he is dead or whether he isn't dead. Yeah? Did I reply to you? No. Did I reply to you? No. I was having a piss, right? Yeah? There's been many. I mean, what about the one that they said died in the car crash? And when they put her in the gurney, yeah, she sat up. She was trying to escape. But they said she died in the car crash, didn't they? Yeah. There's lots of things, you know. There's lots of people. There's lots of people in America that have called out Biden that happened to commit harry-carry by shooting themselves in the back of the head or shooting themselves in the back 3 times. How did they manage to shoot themselves in a field 3 times in the back?
What relevance does this have to Charlie Kirk's murder?
Well, because news is just or conspiracy theory is just the news 6 months to a year in advance.
Because we're talking about
MSNBC and Fox News aren't reliable news sources.
Well, when you receive money, then are you reliable?
Those
when
are
you're
reliable.
paid,
they lie to you all the time. They've been proven to be.
Did they lie to you about COVID?
Right. So let's take the facts. Yes,
did they all lie to you when they wanted you locked down in your house?
Right. So we know that we don't believe in government and trust the government.
So was the moon? Yeah, Beyonce, was the moon landing real?
This,
was the moon landing real?
I can't even believe
when they had the Mars rover on TV. Was that real? Or was that that little red island in Canada?
Let's flip this on its head, right? So how do we know that this so-called genocide in Gaza is real? How do we not know it's all just being fucking portrayed to a by?
Well, we've said that right at the beginning, Chris. We've said that right from the beginning.
You pushed that narrative.
Right from the very, very beginning. I've said that, Chris. I've also played videos and gone, Al Jazeera is claiming these people are running from gunshots, yeah, but the other people aren't running, they're just walking along.
And you pushed the narrative.
And I also pushed the narrative that a mass increase when the Ukraine-Russia started and when Gaza started, there was a mass increase in purchasing Godivas.
But they're not real.
Which is a human, right? But the United Nations have now come out and said that they've done their 2-year investigation and it's definitely a genocide.
Yeah, but the United Nations are corrupt and they're not real either, Smiler. Let's just keep doing your narrative. Let's just keep going down your logical reasoning, right? Okay.
Well, no, they're not real. They're not real, but they are real. But they're doing lip service, aren't they?
So you believe people that aren't real but are real that are just doing lip service because.
So what happened with 9/11? You know what I mean? The chat are all getting up on you now.
That was fake as well, wasn't it?
Was it fake?
Well, I don't know. It was, wasn't it? Or was it not? Was it real?
Well, I'm asking you a genuine question. You know, you're jumping up here.
Well, yeah? I believe the Twin Towers definitely got fucking took down from the top down over and they got hit with a plane. So
right, and what happened to Building 7?
9/11 happened. What the reason behind it was, I don't know. How would I know? How would you know? How would any fucker know? This is what I'm getting to, Smiler. You're talking about stuff that, well, this could be wrong, this could be real, but I can use the same exact argument with you when things you claim that are true and happening, and you've just went, the United Nations have done a 2-year investigation. And so what?
He's right, Smiler. He's right. Just, just believe what you're told. Stop thinking for yourself. Right? Isn't that what we're supposed to do?
I really, do you know what it is? Do you know what? You know your comment there, right?
Yeah.
I know it was sarcastic. Okay.
Oh no, not really.
No, it was. It was genuinely sarcastic. But you were right. Yeah, we'll have to start thinking for ourselves. Genuinely.
So what about Erika then? What are you going to tell me about Erika and the child smuggling?
Who's Erika?
Kirk's
what do you mean? What do you mean? Who's Erika?
What are you on about? Erika and the child smuggling. Give us a bit more insight. Come on.
Well, there you go. So you don't even know who Charlie Kirk is?
I know, right? So was Charlie Kirk a child smuggler?
No, Charlie Kirk wasn't, was he?
So then, are you on about his wife?
Yeah, allegedly in her past, she was smuggling children from Romania.
Allegedly.
Her charities were involved in child smuggling.
Have you got any factual proof of that, or is this just another fucking conspiracy theory that you've got?
Oh, fucking hell, Chris.
I'm just saying, Smiler, look at what happened with it. Look what happened in British politics, mate. Look at what Keir Starlin, right? Okay, and all the fucking people that have been involved with Epstein and the Savile case and shit like that. You know what I mean? All these cunts Do you know?
What about Sadi's Khan and the 52 kids at £2,000 a pop?
Well, is that true or is it not?
That's a deal.
Eh?
That's a deal. They usually cost a lot more than that.
So I'm going through what she's talking about. I've gone through the messages earlier on.
It was when you said allegedly being murdered, Smiler, that was what got me. I do believe Charlie Kirk's been murdered.
Allegedly murdered by Robinson.
To believe he's been assassinated.
Even now with the police, it's still allegedly. Because they haven't convicted.
Because he hasn't been prosecuted, so it legally has to be alleged, right?
Yeah,
it can't be defined any other way because he hasn't been physically prosecuted. That is illegal.
So you'll pick it up on the fact that I'm saying allegedly, and you just spat out your own mouth.
Right? So do you not believe it happened, though?
Well, I saw with my own eyes something happened.
Oh, smoke and mirrors at this point.
And he's
But we also saw a car crash, and we also saw somebody get up out of the gurney.
Fuck, we have had plenty of car crashes and getting up.
We also seen we also seen fucking Hook, didn't we?
Lots of
Sandy
stuff.
Hook.
There's lots of fake stuff.
Yeah, in one door, around the corner, and out the other door, around and around and around, the same clothing on.
Right, so again, I'm not going to deny the fact that
No, we've also got the chat and the bollocks about Auschwitz, haven't we?
So there's a lot of
when we know that it was a work camp and they needed people to be alive to work.
So we're there, Smiler. We agree. There's a lot of mis and disinformation, right, that gets given to us as a public.
And that's what we're doing. We're scrutinising the disinformation or the information that's being provided to us, Chris. And we're talking about the information that is being provided to us.
Right,
we're talking about Kash Patel and his eyeballs coming out of his head and him changing his story 5, 6, 7, 8 times. Every day he takes to the podium, he changes his story. He was in Congress and got ripped to pieces in Congress 2 days ago.
Who was?
And Kash Patel.
Kash Patel didn't get ripped in Congress.
Yeah, he did.
Who was?
He completely lost the plot by the leader of the House.
I watched it on Forbes. That wasn't the case, Smiler. That's your interpretation. So basically, you allowed your interpretation of it. I'm allowed my interpretation of it. This is where we use our own brains, right, and our own minds, and we agree or we disagree. Okay? But what question did Kash Patel not answer that wasn't good enough for you? Like, what was he?
Later, it's on Economic Times, Smiler. All right. Economic Times.
What would you say that happened to Charlie Kirk? What would you say that happened? Would you say it was the old man, the one that was arrested first, that had no gun on him?
Mr. Zeke, Mr. Zeke, was he called? The same one that was at 9/11. He was at the kiddie bombing or the kiddie shooting, and then he was there and he pretended to
basically put his hands up and said, "I done it," didn't he?
Yeah, and it wasted how much time?
Yeah, and
How much time?
What could that also look like, right? Could that not look like a bit of a conspiracy coinciding with like people to like distract so the actual shooter can get away? And then we'll go to the Discord messages, right? Okay. And then we'll go to
Discord have already come out and said there's no messages on their platform.
They've said there's no messages on their platform.
Yeah, from Robinson. They said the FBI are lying.
Right. So this is where we go with it, right? Okay, so I would believe Discord or the FBI, right? Okay, personally, I ain't going to believe nothing until there's an actual, like, prosecution.
Have you ever believed the FBI in anything that, you know, they've been questioned about? Yeah? What they're hiding about the Epstein files, what they're hiding about Trump, what they're hiding about Charlie. Not Charlie, fucking Andrew.
Look at what the British government done with the grape gangs, Smiler. Of course we don't believe the fucking government and the legal system.
You're now backing up the FBI, Chris.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You are. Because the FBI say it, you're saying it's truthful.
Does Discord come out and say, these are the facts, right? We prosecuted, we found out an investigation from, and that stands legally. No, the FBI would do it, and that would be the one that stands. So whatever the FBI say, whether it's right or wrong, okay, that is the path they'll go down. We need to decide whether it's right or wrong. All we know is Charlie Kirk got fucking shot in the neck, right, okay, by somebody. Now, they have somebody in custody, and they have a lot of evidence, right, okay, which we still don't even know all of it, but none of it really backs up the fact that, you know, this was a right-wing person, do you know what I mean? Apart from he was raised in a right-wing family, he was radicalised, apparently. We don't know if that's true either. Right?
They made a statement. Yes, the account associated with the person in question has never made any threats or insulting comments towards violence. Right? They said that he was on there and he tried to buy a fucking gun. Right? They've already told us that he bought a gun for a couple $100. Yeah, that's what they told us. That was what they told us was in the Discord messages. Right now, the messages that they're portraying to be his now, yeah, said he had his grandpa's gun and his dad's going to be pissed off because he hadn't bought his grandpa's gun back, and the site's worth $2,000. Right, so how does he go from buying a gun on Discord to then all of a sudden using his grandpa's gun?
So on a serious note, you know the picture.
So we're going through the evidence that they keep giving us, Chris, and none of the evidence is adding up. So I'll carry on taking the evidence apart. You sit down, you be quiet, and I'll carry on taking the evidence apart that they're furnishing us with.
Sorry, boss.
Yeah, the bloody gun's an impossibility too, practically, at least as far as we can figure out.
Yeah, from the photographs they've given us a gun, there's no way that guy shot that gun.
Why is the Jubilee clip round the gun?
What Jubilee clip?
Why, you know the picture of the gun you had up before?
Yeah.
There's a Jubilee clip wrapping around it.
Where?
Put the picture back up and I'll show you.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
You know what a Jubilee clip is, don't you, Smiler?
No, of course
I was going to say, of course you do, as a mechanic, for fuck's sake. I'm surprised you didn't spot it.
Yeah, I was wondering how he loads that gun.
It's a top-loading rifle.
And he's got a scope on it.
You normally load it with a quick match.
Is there like a quick release scope or something that you can get?
This is a genuine question I literally have, right? Because seeing the picture of the gun that they put up, and then obviously the Jubilee clip that's wrapped around it.
Anybody got the time spot for the gun?
Just before I jumped on, Smiler, literally had a picture up of the gun.
I think you showed it after. Oh, no.
No, because I haven't gone back. I've paused there when Chris come up. But I'm scrolling with my mouse. I think it's jumping too many seconds.
Yeah, I don't know much about guns, so maybe
minus 2610.
Minus 2610.
26 minutes ago.
There, that's it. Pull that gun up.
Where's the Jubilee clip?
See that silver thing round it?
Where?
It literally looks like it's going that there. Go back there, that there. What's that silver thing? That's like the Jubilee. There. Is that Jubilee clip, isn't it?
Hey, and that's the bolt.
Yeah, that's
you load in bolt, Chris.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
That's the cooking bolt.
So then that gun wasn't assembled, was it? It was in one piece.
The gun was in one piece, but he left a screwdriver on the roof, and they said there's DNA was on the screwdriver that was found on the roof. So how did he assemble it with no screwdriver?
Well, this is. I thought that was a Jubilee. Looking at that, to me, it looked like a Jubilee. Right?
They're old Phillips screws. Right? They're not straight screws, straight head screws. They're old Phillips screws.
How do you
So
load that?
how did he reassemble it? Right?
How do you load it
No.
with rope on top?
Yeah. No. How do you load it when there's a top load in? What you do is you normally, if you want a quick load, you normally have a slide, and all your cartridges slide into that slide. You then put that slide into the top of that gun, and you push down into the magazine, like, because the magazine is retained in the rifle. Yeah, so it'll take 4 in the magazine and one in the breech. Right now, Grandad might be 6'2", built like a brick shit house. Yeah, boy, 8 stone wet. Yeah, you have a different shoulder, different firing from his head to his eyes. He wears glasses. Does Grandad wear glasses? Grandad might have beer goggle glasses. We know that the boy wore glasses. Though, did he wear glasses all the time, or were they just reading glasses? Because if he wore glasses all the time, how did he manage to wear sunglasses? Yeah, were they reading glasses, reading sunglasses? Who knows? But we know that he's supposed to wear glasses because when he was in all the movies and everything else, he wore glasses. When he was in other photographs and on his Instagram, he wore glasses. Right, so if Grandad had 20/20 vision, yeah, him with glasses wouldn't have been able to shoot with that rifle scope. He would have to zero. So when he picked up the gun, this is what we're saying, Chris. So when he went and picked up that gun, allegedly, yeah, Grandpa's gun, right? After leaving a note at silly o'clock in the morning for boyfriend.
The scope that was Grandpa's. The gun was bought.
No.
Well,
No,
I'm just asking.
we've already played it in the messages, Chris. That he's lurking. He's been lurking around. He's been lurking around for 12 odd hours, waiting to go back and pick up the gun.
But how do we even know that was Grandpa's scope?
Because he says it in his message.
Because he said it in his messages.
Yeah, but he also said that he killed Charlie Kirk as well, and you're not believing that.
Well, that's what we're picking apart, Chris.
You look at each fact individually.
You believe him when he says that. Why don't you believe him when he says he's done the crime?
Well, just because the ball in front of me is red doesn't mean all balls are red.
Yeah, but you're colorblind, though, Max.
Some things may be
right.
true. Some things
that sight is on too low a mount for starters for that rifle, because you won't be able to cock it because the bolt is going to interfere with the scope. It should be on a higher mount.
Could it not be preloaded though, Smiler, and then like assembled like that and then shot? I'm asking a genuine question. I don't know the answer because I don't know guns. Could that gun?
Well, it could, but every time you take that scope off, yeah, you'd have to resight it.
Yeah, so we know that he'd done it.
You'd have to zero that rifle. You'd have to zero that rifle in every time you took the scope off.
We know that the killer, right? The alleged killer,
it hasn't got Picatinny rails.
But the alleged killer done the assassination in one attempt with one bullet, right? Okay, that's all it took him.
Yeah.
Okay, so could that gun have not have been preloaded, assembled like that, right? Okay, then yes, if he missed, he would have had to disassemble it, reload it, and put more bullets in it, right? And then like go for that whole rigmarole again. But like, is it not a possibility that that gun was preloaded, then fired? And we know that he had guns. He was around guns growing up, right? Okay, his family were Republicans. He's had pictures of him holding big rifles and stuff like that, you know. So the kid wasn't shy of. So you know the shot that he took allegedly was a clear shot, you know, and any half decent marksman.
Well, you look at the angles of elevation from the roof to actually where he was sat. Yeah, the angle of elevation, then the canopy would have been in the way.
The canopy would have been in the way.
Yeah,
but it wouldn't have stopped the bullet, would it have?
Point with that as well. If that scope was, even though he might have been an amateur, Chris, if that scope was sighted in for him, I mean, there's endless specialists on YouTube who said even an amateur could have took that shot and done what he did.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Right.
You don't have to be a professional.
Right. Again. Now, when we go back to the attempted Trump assassination,
you only got to hunt a couple of times a week, or a couple of, to
so
actually learn to take that shot.
Look at the difference.
But then, hang on a minute, Michael. You watched you watch some of the channels that I watch where they go ball hunting and they're teaching their kids to shoot. Yeah. Right, and they're buying them kiddie guns, live bore kiddie guns, and they're teaching them to shoot. Yeah. Now they still have to zero that rifle in.
Yeah.
Right, and they'll miss until they zero that rifle in. Now, if he's just grabbed that out of his dad's gun cabinet, not anybody, Joe Bloggs, is going to be able to pick up that rifle and actually lay down an aim shot with it.
Right.
Because you're going to need somebody to sight you in, for starters.
Yeah.
But Smiler, how many times had he done this prior? Because we don't know this. How many times has he already done this to go, right? Like, just for example, 2 turns to the left, 3 turns to the right, okay, and that's going to be more or less where I want to do. Let's face it, he shot him in the neck, right? We all know that he was going for the head, so he was low, right?
Well, your top mount is for distance, and your side mount is for windage.
Smiler, you're the military man, right? Okay, and this is, I'm not going to take anything away from you from this, bro, right? Because I do respect you a lot, right, mate, right? Game, but is there no possibility that lad could have had this gun rigged up to know that it was within range of shooting him in the head, neck area? Well, because let's face it, he wasn't aiming for his neck, right? Would he?
Well, we don't know what Granddad's stature is. We know what Son's stature is. We don't know what Granddad's stature is. We don't know what Granddad's eyesight is like. We know Son's eyesight, he wears glasses. So the scope would be off for starters. Now, every person's body is different, yeah? The butt, yeah? You have different butt pads to line up the scope with your eye. That hasn't got Picatinny rails on it, so there isn't
it was a very amateur shot, like Michael just pointed out. It was an amateur.
And that scope is set maximum back. Yeah, it's as far back as it can possibly go because it's on your windage and your adjustment. Yeah, so when you look at the scope mountings, so where you look at my mouse there, yeah, that scope can't go any further back. Yeah, and it's a very short butt. Right, so there's no. It's got a standard butt. It's got a standard butt piece on it. Yeah, right. That scope cannot go back any further back. Right. So was the Grandad a short ass? Right.
So was that Grandad's gun? So, was that what they're saying? That's Grandad's gun.
Well, that's Grandad's gun. Now that stock. When you shoulder that stock, yeah, and you put your head behind that scope, yeah. If that scope is too far forward or too far back, you'll get a round blob in the middle. So you see like Max Vision's Avatar, where you can see the moon and then you can see the black around it, right? When you see it, yeah, you'll get that sort of view looking down the scope. And the scope won't work for you until you fine-tune that scope, right? So that scope would have had to been set up for it.
Right, okay.
And it was Grandpa's gun.
But could he not have done this because he never carried the gun with him, Smiler? We already know that. Right? He didn't have it on him when he was walking up the staircase because, like, where would you conceal that, right?
When you take, now, he was supposed to have disassembled that gun and then reassembled that gun on the roof. Therefore, it wouldn't be accurate. It wouldn't be zeroed.
Supposed to have. So how did he get it up? Where would that have been concealed, right? How many bits could that go into, Smiler? Genuinely question. Could you disassemble that into what?
4 pieces.
4 pieces. Right? And you said there was a screwdriver on there.
Yeah.
What's
underneath here? So one there and one there. There's 2 screws. You undo those 2 screws. The trigger guard comes out. Before you can take the trigger guard out, you've got to take the bolt out. Now on the back of the bolt there's an awkward fucking catch. It's always been awkward. They've never changed it, even when Husqvarna made them in fucking year dot. Yeah, that bolt has always been a twat to take out. Yeah, because it's got a weird indexing on it. Right. So you've got to lift that up. It's a two-handed job to lift that up, then pull the bolt up and then slide the bolt out without taking that fucking scope off, which is attached by Allen keys. Right, so where's the Allen keys? Because you would have had to take that scope off to get that bolt out, because that bolt is going to hit that scope.
So in your professional opinion, what was the screwdriver that was found? What could that have been used for, if anything? Because again, what is it?
Well, because they said that they disassembled it.
And could that screwdriver be used to disassemble that gun or assemble it?
Well, then he reassembled it in the woods after he left the screwdriver on the roof too.
So how did he reassemble it in the woods with no screwdriver? Because he left that on the roof.
Well, was it disassembled on the roof after he fired it? He wouldn't.
Yes, because that's why they're saying that he couldn't walk because he put it down his trouser leg.
Yeah, because he got changed. I guess he disassembled the gun, got changed, hid the gun. Then he got down off the roof, went to the woods, changed again, and assembled the gun.
Also said he disassembled it on the roof under 2 seconds. Now, I think, Michael, you said to me you watched the video of somebody disassembling one of them and it took them a minute and a half to disassemble it.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah. Now,
obviously they were actually doing that to show you how you can do it.
And they had that old guy in custody, right, who distracted them for at least fucking 5-10 minutes.
I think you could probably do it in probably half the time that the bloke was showing you to do it. It's only 2 screws and 4 sections, and if you've done it a couple of times, you speed up each time.
If you know how to take that bolt out, because that bolt is a twat to take out.
Yeah. But I think if you've done it, if you'd have done that several times, I reckon you could probably have that minute and a half.
And when was that gun last clean? When was that gun last oiled up? Because it doesn't look very clean, does it, in the pictures?
We don't know, Smiler. We've never seen the kind of WD-40, have we yet? Do you know what I mean? This is what I'm saying, Smiler. Look, I apologise for when I first came up here, mate. Right, I do, right. Okay, I came up here a bit hot-headed, right? Because I know you're a bit of a fucking, you know, antagonising shit, right? And I know you want to get to it's like you're genuinely interested in this, right? But for me, I can't see that. Obviously, I don't believe everything the fucking authorities and the government put towards you, right? Okay, but what I can say for certain is, well, not for certain. My opinion, what I believe is that the person they have in custody is the shooter, right? Okay.
Well, Candace Owens was one of Charlie Cuck's best friends. She put out messages of him. From him 2 days ago, a message from her to him 2 days ago, where Israel is threatening him, where 40 people that have given him millions of pounds to back Israel, and he's going against Israel, and he was scared, he was scared that something was going to happen, right? Now, she broke down on her live stream talking about it, right? Now, she's questioning all the evidence that's being produced because all the evidence absolutely fucking stinks. She wants to find the real killer, right? And doesn't believe that Robinson is the real killer, right? Now, what was Charlie's original organisation called? I can't remember what the organisation was called.
It was called Turning Point UK.
Yeah, Turning Point UK. She started Turning Point UK with Charlie.
Charlie was 19 when he started that, mate.
Yeah, she started it with him. She was one of the fucking founders of it.
Yeah, but Charlie was like, and again, Charlie and Candace were very, very good friends. Again, just like, you know, how obviously Charlie, Ben Shapiro, Charlie and Candace and all that, they all fucking sort of like fell out and whatnot, you know what I mean? Through
over Candace's dead body is Ben Shapiro taking over Turning Point.
No, of course he's not. You've got more fucking chance of fucking Benny fucking what do you call Benny? Look, there's a lot more fucking people that are going to carry on Charlie's legacy, right? Okay, and believe me, that man did not deserve to die for his political opinions and views, right? Okay, nobody deserves to die for that, right? This is where communal discord and conversation, right? Once we, like Charlie even said, once we stop talking, right? Okay. That's when violence happens. And
well, what about the Hasbara then, Chris? What about the Hasbara? You know, Netanyahu offered him £150 million. Please start talking good about Israel again. I will give you £150 million. Please come to Israel. Yeah, but he was supposed to go to Israel under duress.
well, again, I ain't saying it's not a possibility, Smiler, at all, because you never know what's happened to you. Really, you don't. But looking at that gun, going back to that silver wrap round it, Smiler, right? Again, you said it was a what? What's it? A bolt?
That's the bolt for cooking it.
Right.
Yeah, you lift it up, and that little bit underneath the scope in the middle, Chris, that opens up, and you put your bullets in there.
Right. So if he
Bill Ackman threatened him, and nobody knows where Bill Ackman got his money from later.
But can we all agree on one thing? Can we all agree on at least one thing, right? Okay, that the ridicule that the leftist influencers and whatnot have been putting on TikTok and fucking social media, like, you know, humiliating and fucking, you know, like demonizing and, like, you know, justifying the death of Charlie because of, like, his First Amendment right. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not just
but you know a lot of these are paid protagonists, don't you?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
they're being paid to portray a picture. Even Ben Shapiro is being paid to portray a certain picture now, right? Because it's called the Hasbara. Go and look up the Hasbara.
Destiny is, Smile. You know what Destiny is?
No.
Destiny, he's a social media influencer, right? He's a left-wing social media. He's a far left.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know you mean. Is he the one that does the trans comedian?
What do you mean does, when you say does the trans comedian?
So, no.
Or is that's a different one, is it?
Yes, Destiny is he's a debater, far left influencer, which basically, like, for example, you know, when President Trump was attempted assassinated the second time, right? Okay, sorry, when the fireman died. Okay, he blatantly said online, he says he doesn't feel sorry for the man that died and whatnot, right? Okay, and, like, again, he's an antagonizer, right? But what he said about this incident, right, which really got me, okay, it was on Piers Morgan's as well. You've got Andrew Wilson up there as well, you know, fucking, you've got her from the Young Turks, Anna Conspiraria, whatever. Yeah. And then you had this fucking black fella, right, okay, that just rage quit, right? Because it's very funny how when you're on a panel, like, discussing freedom of speech, right, okay, he wasn't happy with someone's opinion. You know, this is what the left do. They don't like to be, like, fact-checked. Right? They don't like confrontation. This is what I can't stand about it. But
you're questioning me because we're fact checking this, and it's one of his closest friends. One of his closest friends is fact checking the FBI and the narrative.
Guys, to you there, you stupid fossil cock bastard.
You're going by mainstream. You're going by the BBC. You're going by fucking
bastard. I don't watch BBC. I don't even pay for
You're going by Cash Patel with his eyeballs popping out of his fucking head on stalks like he's a fucking lizard, man.
Smiler, I have ground news, right? Okay, ground news, right? Okay, and this is not a paid fucking promotion for ground news, okay? But Smiler, you should be paid for by ground news, okay? We can get both sides of the fucking aisle of it, right? Okay, and we can see where the rhetoric's coming from, and we can judge for ourselves. Now, I'm not saying I'm right. Okay, I am definitely not saying that my opinion and what I've like based it is right. Okay.
Could you tell me a time when mainstream media, whether it be left, right, or central, has ever told you the truth?
The whole truth and nothing but the truth. Sometimes they mix a little bit in.
I can't tell you one time, right? Okay.
When was that? 19.
This was back when they used to turn the channels off at 12 o'clock and have that fucking puppet with someone on the screen. You know what I mean? Like,
the little music. He's just sitting there with a little harpsichord.
That was the best factual information they give you when they said fuck all. Do you know what I mean? Like when they said nothing.
It does, Genghis. He can't even remember what he said. You know, he said 36 hours, then quickly changed it to 33 hours. I mean, that was very weird, wasn't it? 33.
Who did?
Kash Patel. They said they arrested him 36 hours, and then he changed it and said no, it was 33 hours when we had him in custody.
It's only 3 hours though, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but what about the number 33, Chris?
Got to have your magic numbers.
Oh, you're not going into Geometry, are you?
Yeah, what about all the 47 hours? 47 hours
It's
on the
ridiculous
table.
how much there is in this. It's stupid.
It's absolutely stupid, the numerology in it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. There's a lot of it.
A crime scene, yet people are allowed to climb over three rows of barricades, pick up baseball caps and throw them to their mates.
Did you see the cheeky bastards doing that as well?
Yeah, and then you also seen the security team taking down the front-facing camera and then disposing of it.
Yeah, and cleaning up.
Right, to Smiler. Right, as a military man, anybody else have been in the military on this panel?
No.
Right, so you know apparently the hand signs and signals are apparently the security guards, because of what apparently new security guards to Charlie. To them, because of me personally, I could just looked at that as well, fucking, you had an itch of a twitch or something like that, you know.
Well, from one side of the video recording, it looks like it's a hand signal. It looks like yes, target in sight, yes, take the shot. But then from the other side, it just looks like he had an itchy nose.
So again, someone like me, or even you with like military experience, are saying that like there's two sides of the coin there. Me personally, I wouldn't even ever have picked up on that there. You know, again, it's all again back to me point what I was saying before about these left-wing agitators and these people that have been going around justifying Charlie's death, right, for speaking out on campus, right? Now, when he speaks out on campus, bear in mind, he provides a microphone, he provides a platform for people to come up and challenge his views, right? That's the First Amendment. Max?
Yeah, he had a
Max, you're an American, aren't you? You're an American.
Yes, you've got an echo coming through.
Max?
I'm Canadian.
So
you've got an echo coming through, Chris.
Shut down YouTube if you've got it open.
I haven't got YouTube open. Have I just started getting the echo?
Yeah, only just started getting it.
You've been fucking with your mic settings, you cunt.
No, I haven't touched the fucking mic setting. Yeah, again, while he sorted out his mic, oh, fucking annoying as shit, man. The Valhalla. When you see the photograph and they say, look, he's got the same trainers on, you see him standing next to a computer screen. And on that picture of his computer screen is the island. And there is a place on that island called Valhalla.
Because that was something else. But Kash Patel said, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Kash Patel. I'll see you in Valhalla, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mm. No,
what's that like, bruv?
Yeah, that's working all right. No, there was I showed it last night, didn't I? Was it last night or the night before? I showed it last night. The photograph of him standing in front of the bed, computer to his right, and on there was the picture of Valhalla, which is an island. You know, what was that plane that took off? That minutes after being in the sky, turned its identifier off.
Wait, that wasn't next to Epstein Island, was it?
No.
Unfortunately.
It's an airport close to where the shooting was, right?
Yeah.
That a plane took off from, and it turned off its transponder so that it couldn't be tracked for how long? 4 hours, wasn't it? Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. And then it came back, turned its transponder back on, and then landed at the same. Now, that airport is 12 minutes away from the campus. But the messages are saying that Robinson was driving around and around and around never went home that night, but then was arrested after we've already apparently seen him get changed into shorts and a t-shirt.
And it's illegal to fly without a transponder.
Yeah, it's illegal to fly without, yeah.
Hang on a second with that. I think legal and illegal is totally just like it's illegal to shoot and kill somebody, right? So I'm not even sure he was worried about breaking a law at this point, right? Okay. So we can just.
He's not a pilot, though. He wasn't a pilot.
Yeah, but he wasn't worried about breaking the law either, was he?
No.
Well, no, but he wasn't a pilot.
Yeah, but he could have still flown.
No, I doubt he stole a plane.
Oh, I haven't seen that one, November.
How do you?
But also, what about the micro drone that was flying around?
Yeah, well, wait, that was beneath 49 grams or something, because obviously they're allowed to fly around. You know? I just shout all these auditors banging on
but the campus is a no-fly zone, and nobody asked permission to fly a drone. But in the video footage, you see a drone.
Whose drone was it?
I don't know. I think it begins with an M. It's got a double S in it and ends in D.
Oh, wait there. I'm playing Scrabble with missing words now. M double S and ends with a D. Massad.
That'll be the one.
Oh, the fuck! Give me a fucking pat on the back, Smiler. I figured that out myself. There.
How did Netanyahu know so quickly? It's a bit like the dancing Israelis, isn't it? You know, standing there waiting to film the towers drop in. Yeah, and they were there an hour before the towers dropped. They were standing on the roof of the vehicle with the lighters and going wee with the lighters burning and videoing the towers dropping.
I still think that had something to do with the money that went missing prior, mate. Right? Okay.
Yeah. So who announced it first, there, Smiler? Who announced Charlie Kirk's death first? Was it Netanyahu?
Well, Netanyahu and Trump were exactly the same time, weren't they?
Yeah, but Charlie Kirk was
it 305?
Trump's fourth son, no Smiler, and he's in America. He's going to get that information a lot quicker.
Was it 305 or 310 Mountain Time?
I watched a video of an actual friend of Charlie Kirk's on a separate campus, right? Okay, and she debates abortion a lot, right? Okay, she's like a woman with glasses on, long hair, okay, and she got that information and she said it over the mic, okay, and people were laughing and applauding it there and then, right? Okay, just imagine this, man. Just imagine, mate, right? You're in the pub and you get a phone call and your best mate, one of your best mates, is killed, right? Okay, and you say oh, fucking mate, and people start laughing and start ridiculing them and shit like that. Like, what's your reaction going to be? What would you say that would be a good humanistic, moralistic?
Well, just a couple of hours later, Trump was at the ball game doing the fucking silly Trump dance.
Right.
So he wasn't that cut up and gutted about Charlie getting dropped, was he?
Well, because he went to the ball game. I don't understand your argument.
You're a leader of a country. You just had a terrorist shooting in your country.
Who said it was terrorist shooting? Who said it was a terrorist shooting?
Was it not a terrorist shooting?
Politically motivated?
Yeah. Well, what's a politically motivated shooting?
Are you saying that it was? Are you now saying it's terrorist?
What they actually described it as? It's a political assassination, isn't it?
So you've just had a political assassination.
You said it was terrorist.
You feel
terrorist shooting.
Right, so wrong word. Okay, so a political assassination, but you feel safe enough to go to the ball game?
Well, hang on a second. He still come to England, didn't he?
Exactly.
Right. So what do you want the president to do? Hide? Would that be a relevant reaction for you? Would that be justified if he was to go and do what Sleepy Joe Biden done and just sit in the basement for 6 months? Is that what you want him to do? Or do you want him to get on?
He claims
the American people want to see a strong leader, my friend, right? Okay,
Chris, if I just told you your best mate has just been fucking offed, yeah? Where would you want to be? Would you go, oh, fuck me, man, I had tickets to go to Wembley, so I'm still going to Wembley?
I would still go to Wembley. You'd want us to? Hang on, I really don't get your point there, because if I can't... Was President Trump meant to be running to the post-mortem and shit like that, right, and standing beside Charlie Kirk's dead body and they grabbing his hand and shit like that, right? Or was he meant to do what the President of the United States... This is a bit different to your best mate, right? Because your best mate doesn't have these other obligations, right? He's the President of the United States.
Yeah,
if everyone sees him fold and curl up like a quaver, right, okay, then they're going to see weakness, right? Again, like when he got shot in the ear, right, nearly assassinated, he got up and he went, fight, 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 right? That gave people strength and fucking hope, right? Because we ain't got a weak leader like Joe Biden that shit his fucking pants, right, okay? Fell off bikes and couldn't walk up fucking stairs, okay? So, you know, opening up a border to let all these immigrants in, like Britain's doing, just to import voters, right? The American people should be fucking proud and glad that they've got somebody in now that's looking after their interests. But obviously, if you're left wing, you know, they're not your interests. They're not your interests, right? Definitely not. But I want to see where these left wingers go when this other faith gets brought in and dominates them, right? Okay, all these gays for Palestine, we've said it before, take chickens for KFC, right? Boom, rooftops, throw it off them, right? Nobody wants these people there, right? Especially the people that they're advocating for. War's a terrible thing, right? Violence is a terrible thing, but it's inevitable, right? It's inevitable.
Who created warp speed?
That was Doc in Back to the Future.
Who created warp speed? Who made
We're wishing.
what everybody put in their arm? And they now have come out. All us conspiracy theorists said it was a killer thing. Don't have it. It'll kill you. It'll give you turbo cancers. It'll give you this. It'll give you that.
I never took
Everybody come out and said that. Who gave the world that? Who speeded it up? But they didn't need to speed it up because Israel had already made it.
Smiler, isn't it? Do you know what, Smiler? This is where me and you might agree on something. Do you know what I find very confusing and like not hard to understand and swallow is how a vaccine normally takes like years, if not decades, to actually refine and define, right? And then even once you refined and defined it, right, to actually produce enough of it to like dish out of the population, the world population, the way they did. This was something that was already in the back burner, that was already there, ready to come out in my eyes, right?
Well, no, they already tried it and they fucked it up the first time round. That was at the Commonwealth Games.
Isn't it just something like, you know, trying to see how easy it is to herd the sheep into the pen and see how much they comply? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and see who does and who doesn't.
What's Genghis saying? You're buying into the narrative, Chris. You've took your eye off the ball. Smoke and mirrors.
Genghis, look at bruv. I love you to bits, right, a day. But I really do not need you to give me your opinion, right, from the chat, right? Because that's all you do, okay? Now, I've took my eye off the ball, but I could say exactly the same to you. You kept your eye on the same ball, and that ball isn't even a real ball, right? It's just your double vision, okay? So, back at you, son. This is what I can't stand, Smiler, right? Okay, I love Genghis to bits, right? Okay, mass respect to Genghis, right? But you know, people that'll sit in the chat, right, and give their opinions and expect me to take them seriously. Okay, nah, I really haven't got the time for you to give me political advice and, you know, fucking lawful fucking techniques and advice shit. Like I'm here speaking my mind, right? Okay, and I may be wrong.
So the birth rates of the world have gone down since the intervention. Right? Mm-hmm. the Jewish birth rates have gone up because it was there to attack one certain race and not to attack another certain race.
What of our races? What of our race and religions' birth rates have just increased time and time again? Time and time again. Go over the stats.
Well, we know it has because they breed like rabbits.
Right, okay. And they actually tell you to your face, we're going to outbreed you. Right?
Yeah.
You know?
So, finally, something you both agree on, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, welcome to
Right,
Canada.
me and Snyder agree on quite a lot. You want to hear us talk privately, mate? For fuck's sake, honestly.
No, I was joking, bro.
We're not that far.
No.
We're not that far.
You were calling me a fucking lefty snowflake just now.
Yeah, but it pisses you off, though, doesn't it? Though that's what I did.
No, straight away I think of Mr. England.
Listen, look at these. This is what needs to happen. Right? You see, good common discord, you know, between people, a bit of a conversation.
It did, Genghis. He hasn't been down the fucking rabbit hole for a long time. He just takes everything on the chin and believes it.
Are you talking to Genghis about me, Smiler?
I am.
Yeah.
Let's give Smiler a round of applause for agreeing with someone in the chat, right? Okay, when I disagree with them.
He listens to his Yankee buddies,
hang on
and
a
his
second,
Yankee
Smiler,
buddies
mate.
tell him that Trump's doing good for fucking. Trump's doing good for the country. Israel's just about the fucking. Israel's just about to collapse. AIPAC is going fucking mental, and Trump's a fucking blubbering wreck that keeps saying things on fucking on the internet or on fucking its platform.
So
and
is
then
America
fucking
in a better
Republicans.
place now? Is America in a better situation now than it was 2 years ago?
There's going to be a lot of fallout with a lot of shit that he's done.
Just give us an answer. Give us an
There's
answer.
going to be a lot of fallout with all the shit he's done. I mean, you've got China. You've got China going now. Fuck off, Trump.
Think's going to happen?
But you've got China saying no. Fuck off, Trump. You've got another country going. We don't want your fucking weapons anymore. That's worth 80 billion. We're going to buy them from so and so instead now.
Is America?
You've got all these trade deals. All these trade deals that he keeps doing and all these sanctions that he keeps putting on countries, are all backfiring on him left, right, and centre, and that's why he keeps walking them back.
So would you rather have Biden in power, right, or Trump in power?
Biden was never in power.
Yeah.
Thank you. There's Michael agreeing with me for the fourth time.
No. Do you honestly think that Trump is in power?
Well,
do you honestly think that Trump is in power? He got a silly little kipper on his head. He got a silly little kipper on his head. He's taken the last time he was in power. How many millions did he have off of that billionaire? This time, how many millions was it? Was it something like 200 million he had off of that little blonde woman? Yeah, that's testifying.
Are you on about Biden dealing with China?
No, I'm on about Trump dealing with China.
Oh, right. So basically, the both of them have dealt with China and made money.
Yeah, that's why they become politicians.
Yeah. Now, wait, hang on a second. But Trump was always a businessman. So his dealings with China.
Yeah, and at the moment, it's business dealings. The business dealings that he's doing is bad for America. Bad for America. Bad for American jobs.
What, a bit like our country is.
Well, our country's been doing it since Maggie Thatcher. When Maggie Thatcher should have come out of the European market.
I'd rather have Margaret Thatcher than fucking Keir Starmer.
But she was the one that privatised everybody. She was the one that sold everything off. She was the one that said, Europe good, let's buy from Europe. That's not how for fucking industry.
But we are capitalists at heart, Smiler. Capitalists, right? We're not socialists or communists, right? Am I right in agreeing with you? Do you agree with me on that, Smiler?
Yeah, but do you think...
So then what's the harm?
Which party have we got that are capitalists?
Smiler, 2 seconds. What's the harm in selling off stuff that the government can't look after, do it very poorly in any way, right, okay, and privatise it, right, okay? And bear in mind, I do agree, there needs to be some scrutinization and checks kept over them, you know, because if you privatize the rail system, okay, and then you start
Right, so Boris Johnson, right? Boris Johnson sells all our gas to fucking France, right? Sells all our gas, all our gas is in fucking tanks, yeah, all storage, yeah. Sells it all off to France, yeah. Rock bottom prices, yeah. France then sells it back to the fucking us, the consumer, 4 times the amount they paid for it, 4 times the profit, yeah, and puts whole people into whether they turn their heating on or whether they fucking buy a meal. Yeah.
Yeah. And,
right. And so, that's Boris Johnson done that for you. Yeah.
Wait, hang on a second, right? Okay, I agree with you on that, right? But then why did Starmer come in and give all the bus drivers, train drivers, and give all the illegal immigrants housing, home care, all these dental all this fucking everything they wanted, could ever want, right? Okay, but in order to do that, right? In order to raise these billions of pounds a year, right? To do that, he took a few million off the old age pensioners in that heating bill. Do you think that's right, Smiler?
No, I don't.
Right. So there you go. So why don't we set a political party up, Smiler? Okay. And we take over, reform in advance, right? The Labours and the Conservatives, right? And we become Smilik, you know what I mean? Or Brickler. You know, we set our own political party up with people on the ground, based people that know what the actual people want, because no one listened to the politicians back in the day, Smiler, were employed to do the job of the people for the people to go to work and get on and build the country up. Then listen, we vote, we tell you what we want, you act on it. Now the politicians are saying, you don't know what you want, you're that stupid, man, you're too stupid, man. Crime's not fucking ridiculed, it's not, immigration's not fucking running ravid, no, man. It's not, you just fucking, you're delusional, right? Okay, how thick are people? How thick are people, right?
Well, you're being pretty thick now, because who do you think leads this country? Who do you think has ever led this country, yeah, and actually been steadfast against the globalists?
In a monarchy, against
the bankers.
Not a monarchy, is it? Like,
Chris, what happens now when your savings are capped at £10,000?
I ain't got no savings, mate. I've got Bitcoin.
But if you got any, even the digital currency now is going to be taken by the government, and you're only allowed to have 10 grand in digital currency.
Yeah,
meaning your Bitcoin.
If you split it across multiple different accounts, mate, there's ways about that. But anyway, we'll not talk about that, right? Okay, I've got a lot of cash. It's about 50 quid under my pillowcase, right? Okay, that'll sort me for a week, right? But I know you've got a few grand, Smiler, so if the shit hits the fan, I'm coming robbing you. Right, okay.
They're still cutting off bank accounts in Canada. They cut off the lawyer account for Tamara Lynch.
How many accounts did they shut down in Thailand just yesterday? Every single bank account that had more than 10 grand in there got shut down.
Do you know when they took your guns from you, like fucking Max? Max, you know when they took your guns from you? Right.
We have guns, but they're very restricted.
They took it out of the Constitution, didn't they? Am I right or wrong in saying that?
No, I'm in Canada. We didn't have really. We have the. I don't know if we even have the right to have guns.
No, you did have the right. I mean, like, for example, what's it? Is it Bill 19 or something like that? You know, which was introduced.
C-19. There's one of the C's, anyways. They've been going after guns. But they haven't really collected any of them. Like they make them illegal, but then they don't have the money to go around and collect.
And how much wealth does Canada have, Max? You know, like technically an oil and like fucking natural minerals.
Oh, we're way beyond rich. Like there's only 40,000 of us, right? Well, there used to be 37, but.
Yeah, and what was the pipeline called that Biden shut down day one first?
Yeah, Keystone. Yeah.
Right. So Keystone pipeline. We earned for fucking 2 years. He shut down 85 fucking million jobs, fucking blah 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 blah. We were gonna have good oil coming from Canada, blah 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 blah. He's scrapping all the pipes. He's scrapping all my fences. he's doing this, he's doing that.
What's your point, Smiler? What's your point? Where are you getting to?
Why hadn't he restarted the Keystone Pipeline?
Why
Drill,
hasn't he?
baby, drill, baby, drill. He hasn't. He's telling drill, baby, drill, but he hasn't extended any licenses. He hadn't given any more licenses out.
Well,
Drill, baby, drill.
Yeah, there's a little bit more red
Canada
tape
has
to go through,
backed
Smiler.
that
Calm
and
down.
regulated it out of existence, pretty much.
There's a bit of red tape to go through, Max. Tell him the red tape that needs to be going through first, mate. It's not as easy as just day one. For fuck's sake, I get you what you're saying. He did over exaggerate when he went, "I'll end this on day one. I'll start this on day one." Right? Okay, that was one of Trump's big downfalls. Right? Okay, it was. But technically, you look at Alaska, that was one of the best deals that the Americans ever done that Russia gave them, right? Buying Alaska from Russia, okay? And the best thing that ever happened was the land border was covered by water, so the Russians couldn't walk over it, you know what I mean? But for me, you look at what Canada and Alaska has, and they've even got fucking cobalt mines and shit like that, you know, lithium mines and stuff, you know, that we can produce the stuff that the Chinese are producing, like with children and with slave labor and whatever, and we're still putting our business over to them. It's wrong. It's absolutely diabolical. It is. But you look at what the British government are doing, Smiler, my friend. Okay, you are. If you have a partner, if you're a British citizen and you have a partner that's from a different country, okay. Do you know how much red tape and how much money it costs you to get that partner to come into this country? But if you
because my ex-partner's from Poland, Chris.
Know exactly.
She used to have to pay tax in Poland for a fucking job with us.
And every year she has to pay another fucking tax and whatnot, and then she has to earn so much, and it's all this other red tape she has to go through. But Smiler, why isn't the same rule applied to these people that come into this country illegally and then bring their kids and wives and that over when they're claiming benefits? I don't understand. Because
George Soros didn't want it that way.
So who was the best president, Smiler? Who was our best prime minister, rather? Who would be the one? Churchill. Would we go back as far as that?
Fuck off, Churchill's a fucking...
What? Okay, mate. Right, kids, stop.
Churchill sold his ass to his fucking gay boyfriend. He also sold his ass to the fucking Jews.
Wait there. So Starman, Lord Ali are meant to be bum boys.
Exactly. and then Lord Ali wasn't satisfying him, so he had to have a load of fucking rent boys.
So this is why Keir Starmer, you know, when Keir Starmer's son was apparently studying for his educational, his GCSEs, and Lord Ali's fucking big.
Morning, Mr. Doon, sir.
It wasn't that, right? It was the fact that was a cover up for Lord Ali and Keir Starmer to go around and let's get it on.
Chris, would you let me buy your wife?
I'd let you bum me for 50 quid, man.
No, but would you let another man buy your wife's fucking knickers and bras?
I?
You would?
I would. But I wouldn't let him pick them out or put them on. I'd let him give us the money for them.
No, he was picking them out and buying them for her.
Did you get to smell them after she's wore them?
Well, I guess so. I reckon they was free in the bed.
Oh, well, then definitely you can do that. And if he's smelling them after he wore them, because then he would realise you shouldn't be buying the dirty bitch them.
Bit like Netanyahu and fucking Trump's son-in-law.
Oh, go joke to say
sell those on eBay.
You would never let another man do something like that, you woman, mate. You know what I was. I was being fucking fishy, you say, you know. But no, you wouldn't fucking do that, man. Definitely not. But like Keir Starmer, he's not the person that we all. Well, in fact, not we all. are led to think we all see what he is. I mean, look at his.
Well, Keir Starmer was an out-and-out communist.
He's a proper fucking commie, socialist, fascist, fucking Marxist. All like how do you put the four of them into one? What would be the terminology?
Well, he's fully married. He's fully married into fucking Tel Aviv, gay capital of the world. Yeah. Didn't
he say that he would rather have Davos than the fucking Britain?
Yeah, because the Parliament has got too many constraints. Where Davos, they say a rule and they make it done.
So
yeah,
we can have our prime minister back. He said he's more Europe. He said he's European, so you can have him back.
I
And
see
what about him? What about him now trying to overturn so your kiddies can have fucking puberty blockers again?
Oh, you see, that's just Nancy behaviour. That.
Oh, you can still have that in Canada. And all the
you see that?
medications you want.
This is why I want to move to Poland, Smiler.
Well, I mean, the leadership change on that's a bit messed up at the moment.
Yeah, but it's the best. It's the best of it. Right, so Smiler, what in your opinion, right? Seems like you're the king mangalinger. Right, where is the best place to live in this world, and who is right at this moment in time?
Oh, I'll just go to Russia.
Hey, Andrew, name.
So you're gonna go to the communist country, right? Is it right? So
I know quite a few English people that moved to Russia.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Smiler. I'm not totally disagreeing with you because, like, you know,
I've thought about it. Why not?
Secondly, it would be if Donald Trump was to reign world dictator. You know, I'd move to America, knowing that J.D. Vance and someone like that's going to come up behind him. But honestly, Putin, right? And what's he called? Poland's president. He's a fucking legend. Him.
No, you got Tusk now, and he isn't so much of a legend.
Wait, when did this change over? Or is this
About 6 months ago.
He was like a baldy head, the one that jumped. He was on a debate with a British, with an American. Anyway, so has Poland switched its political beliefs at all or not? Or they're still like taking sanctions for closing their borders off and realizing that like the crime stats are down?
Well,
right?
they are, but you know, I mean, he got voted down because he wanted to open the borders. He wanted to have a bit of immigration, and he got shut down for it.
So wait there, I heard Epstein Island's going cheap, right? Okay, what if we all chipped in and bought that, right, and just moved there, right? Okay, and just turned that into our own little fucking. Like,
well, what's this big fucking island that some fucking Muslim bought that he's moving loads of Muslims into?
Gaza.
No, it's not Gaza. No, it's a big island. They already own Gaza.
I don't know. Was it Atlantis?
Well, I don't know. There was a big island. I did a think about it. I mentioned it briefly a few months ago.
Smiler, look at me. I've bought a tent, right? Okay, a big family-sized tent. Okay, I've got about fucking 5 canisters of fucking petrol there, right? Stashed, right? I've got a cupboard full of pasta, rice, beans, and shit like that. You know what I mean? Because you know, if the shit does hit the fan, okay, we're going camping for a few months, right? We're just gonna go north into the woods, right? Okay, and you know, but I think this is how it's not even this isn't even called prepping, right? Okay, you know, for the end of the world. This is just called the inevitable, right? We are getting this on our doorsteps now, right? Where you can't even post a comment or like a tweet, right, without getting arrested. But people can get away with vicious, vile crimes and just walk the streets. And if you are not from this country and you do not speak the language, then you get more leniency. So this is why I'm gay, I'm black, right? Okay, and I'm from Mexico, right?
You're a minority, eh?
That's what my fucking spin is, right?
And
Okay.
there's nowhere you can go that they can't find you.
No,
You're
right.
part of the internet.
You had Funky Prepper. Funky Prepper, I mean, what happened? He lost all his devices, he lost power. Right. And he realised after 3 days he was fucked. He had no water, he had no fresh water. Right, and Funky Prepper, I mean, he's been fucking grifting on YouTube for fuck knows how many years. And when the shit hit the fan for him, yeah, he was fucked. He was fucked. He realised that all the prepping that he'd done was no fucking good.
Right, so what
and
am I
he's doing running a YouTube with like a fucking million people subscribed.
Yeah, but Smiler, so basically
selling them this fucking prepping lifestyle, And then go fucking, and he's fucking ex-military as well.
No, this is what collapsed him. He lost his internet connection, right? Because he didn't have money to pay his fucking Wi-Fi bill, right? Okay, or his fucking data bill, right? That was it. He had enough water and enough food. Raoul Moat stayed fucking hidden for weeks, mate. Weeks, right?
So did Bin Laden.
Right,
But the BBC camera crew found him before anybody else could find him.
Wasn't relying on Wi-Fi and data and shit like that, mate. Right? No, these people that like do these YouTube things and deep with this one, once they lose their internet connection, that's when the world collapses around them.
And then just 7 minutes later.
Whoops. Go on.
No, I was actually interested. That was 7 minutes later. That was...
Yeah, no, I was
supposed to click on the private chat to see who's. We got. Is that Lammy?
I don't know. Is it fucking Lammy? Put your banner up and let him up. For
your best bet, Chris, is to probably just stay where you are and protect your house.
I do wish these
with your neighbors
first.
Because there's strength in numbers, right?
Yeah, I get you, and I've got quite a big family. I've got 4 boys, okay, and the wife's been trained in the art of like using a machete. Okay.
Lammy, type in chat.
Talk to your neighbors too, right?
I can't stand most of my neighbors.
That's a problem.
Yeah,
they might all gang up on you in the end.
Yeah, believe me, if it comes to an apocalypse, I'll eat them bastards first.
Okay.
I will.
Just have a screwdriver by the front door.
Oh, believe me, mate. You want to see me wield a 12-inch fucking bricklaying trowel, mate? Honestly,
Smiler.
I have. Look, I've fucking.
Smiler, can I get a smiler? Any of you fucking pricks move, and I'll execute every motherfucking.
Smiler, give Lammy a spanner. Give Lammy a spanner. He's good.
Hey, we're still allowed to carry a 2.5-inch knife in Canada.
Yeah, I've got a 2.5-inch willy. It's happening.
What do you want a fucking spanner for, Lammy?
Just so everybody else is going. It looks cute.
I haven't got one.
Big up the
I haven't got one, Lammy.
Oh, I didn't want mine here then. Big up
Smiler won't give me a spanner since last night, will you, Smiler?
Big up the Beyonce, big up
we had a bit of a timing out war, didn't we?
The Lamaphobes. Welcome the Lamaphobes. What's happening anyway, lads?
I can't believe you left that spanner with me for fucking days later.
Well, I can't believe that you fucking didn't suss out with it was me who timed out all your chat.
Who's the bug Henry?
I deserved it, mate. I deserved it. Look, Smiler, this is one thing. Look above. This is one thing me and you can always agree on, right? Okay, we can be cons to each other, right? Okay.
Chris, you're coming down, aren't you?
Coming down where? Lammy, I'm sure. You live above me in Britain, so I'd have to come up to you.
Coming down off the mountain.
Off the what?
The mountain, the snow mountain.
The Ritland's wearing off. Yeah, it's wearing off the Ritland.
You get all emotional and start reminiscing. I like this, Chris.
Fuck off, you little fucking jockish bastard, you.
Is this a bromance?
Yeah, right. Should we get back to Candace?
Candace got to say.
Get back to Candace.
Let's get back to Candace.
Okay.
Right. November man saying roll VT. Let's get back to Candace, where we were rudely interrupted by Chris and his lefty views.
Is he a left-wing extremist?
He is. I think he is.
Yeah.
Antifa.
You ain't Antifa. You're fucking hope not hate.
The FBI, Salt Lake City, dropped.
FBI.
I had to go fucking scrolling and all this bollocks, so I don't even know where I got to.
What's Candace Owens saying about like Smiler?
So that was the gun. So
yeah, she was saying that Richard Lamb's a little gay Scottish bastard.
Well, who would Candace say that when I had a...
If you go forward
she's done
20
my good
minutes
shot,
from the
she's
gun,
done my
I'm
you
just,
think you're
I'm
about
just
right.
telling you what I heard I say, Lammy.
Chris,
just
I'm not
telling you what I heard.
attracted to that.
Aye, listen, don't shoot the fucking messenger, right?
I've
There's
got
quite
a
a ways
working
in
gun,
there.
okay, I'll point out who I want.
Don't hate the player, hate the fucking game, dickhead.
I fucking hate the player
Not
and the
so
game.
long you can't play it again, Smiley.
I hate the player and the game. I'm taking my ball in.
Go about halfway along our laptop, that'll do.
No, we haven't seen this.
Haven't we?
No.
Oh.
Is this an educational one, is it?
No, we haven't seen this bit.
Right, I'm going to bench anyway. Have a good night, lads, right?
All right, let me.
Take care, Smiley.
All right, catch you in a bit. Did we see him coming up the stairs? Did we see that?
No, I don't think so.
No, we didn't see that.
Right, Smiler, look at the left picture.
I don't remember picking that apart.
Look at the left picture on that one, and look at his right shoulder.
Well, I'm going to go for about here.
Then what we have after that 7 a.m. press conference is that exclusively our guys, our resident guys over at the New York Post, every exclusive ever, Jeffrey Epstein's death pictures, Ghislaine Maxwell found at an In-N-Out. It's always the New York Post, okay? I view them as a feds. If I'm the feds and I'm trying to make this seem like this is organic, I wouldn't give it to the New York Post because we're in Utah. And so cops are probably not leaking to a New York-based publication. But whatever, they have the exclusive. They're the ones that reveal the photo. They always have the exclusive, okay? And they show us the gun in the shooting. Their article publishes at, and by the way, my timeline is all based in Mountain Time. So that says 11:21 a.m. Eastern. They publish at 9:21 a.m., 2 hours after that first press conference, and say exclusive. They are the ones that drop the trans narrative. They say these things are found on the bullets. Okay. And then just 7 minutes later, the FBI, Salt Lake City, drops static images of the alleged shooter walking up the stairs. Okay. So now we can see on our timeline, that's around 10 a.m. in the morning, Salt Lake City time, Mountain Time. So we can then assume that everything else that's about to happen that I'm going to tell you had to have happened, okay, between approximately 10:30 and 7 o'clock p.m., okay? I have a source, and everything the source has told me that has happened and when we were lied to publicly has proven to be correct. So I am very inclined to believe this source on a couple of other things. And when I speak also to Lance's family, they are confirming what this source is telling me. So we're going to go through this 10:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., all of the things that then took place.
Yeah, because she's been speaking to the family. Did we know that?
I smell that again. You know that picture you just showed with her? There was two pictures of him, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I've seen this picture a few times, right? And I can't help but believe. Again, I was wrong the first time with I thought it was a Jubilee clip. But if you look at his shoulder, right? His right shoulder it would be when he's walking up the stairs. Look, that one there, the left one there. I don't know if it looks.
That's his straps on his backpack. You can see it in that picture there, look.
Right. So, obviously, could the gun be concealed in his backpack?
Well, both his knees are bent, so there's no barrel down his legs.
But look at his
shoulder. You got about 750, 800 mil barrel, so nearly a meter long, Chris. Right? So it wouldn't be down his trousers, like he said he had to stick it down his trousers. So if he had to stick it down his trousers to jump.
Yeah, but look at his right arm. Look at his right arm, how it's bent, right? Unlike the left arm, right? And again,
do you know why? Because I think this is actually AI and not real. I think this is AI, and they fucked up, just like the AI videos of October the 7th. Like, because all the cameras on Utah campus are all 4K cameras. So how can you tell me, if they're all 4K cameras, yeah, how can you tell me every single fucking image that they're providing us, yeah, it's such a shit image when they've got over 1,500 cameras on campus and they're all 4K imagery? Right, so why are all the images that they're putting out so shit quality when they've got 4K? And I played a statement from somebody that installs all the cameras on campus, didn't I?
Yeah.
And people were arguing that at 4K they wouldn't have the storage, blah blah blah. And he also explains the storage for the cameras. And he's actually an installer that installs on all the campuses. Right, so how come all the imagery is so crap? How come the imagery? I mean, about the best image there is at the moment is when he's like 150 yards away from a fucking doorbell ring camera.
Yeah,
when
he
he
was
walks past.
photoshopped in there, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that looks very like, you know, very much like the images. Yeah, what's going on with all the shadowing, you know? And we know that it should be in 60 frames or 59.9 frames. Whereas when you look at that, when you look at the distortion, that's like that other video, isn't it? Where it's only done in 15 frames.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, yeah, looks like worse than a 3310. Nope, Chris has bounced. He didn't like my reply, obviously. But I don't think you like the reply. I think he was hanging on Beyonce. I think it was Beyonce that said 50 quid. Right, let's carry on. You two buggers have gone off to make a coffee, haven't you?
And that's around 10 a.m. in the morning, Salt Lake City time, Mountain time. So we can then assume that everything else that's about to happen that I'm going to tell you had to have happened, okay, between approximately 10:30 and 7 o'clock p.m., okay? I have a source, and everything the source has told me that has happened and when we were lied to publicly has proven to be correct. So I am very inclined to believe this source on a couple of other things. And when I speak also to Lance's family, they are confirming what this source is telling me. So we're going to go through this 10:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., all of the things that then took place. So they released the photo. And then we are told, as my source initially told me, that it was the mother who recognized Tyler and she phones him up. Tyler says, "Mom, I'm sick." She doesn't believe it. She loops in Dad, okay? Dad then texts and he calls Tyler. And at this point, we can jump back into day 2 of our messages because Robinson says, he says to Lance, "Delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle." He says, "Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle and it is very unique. He's calling me right now. I'm not answering." Okay, so apparently he did answer. According to the indictment, the dad says he didn't answer his text messages, but then the father called him and Tyler Robinson answered, and he tells us that Tyler was suicidal and that is when they just told him, like, you know, calm down, let's speak to you. They bring over their neighbor sheriff friend and they agree that he should go in. Now, if he was in fact suicidal, you don't get that vibe from these messages to his lover, right? There's nothing in here that he's like, I can't believe what I've done. He slept. We don't know where. He seems to be perhaps on very little sleep. I would imagine he was. He just murdered someone. And he's not indicating in these messages that he's going through any sort of suicidal feelings. Instead, he sends this very odd thing about his dad, who he says he's not answering. He writes, "Since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty die-hard MAGA." there's something here for everyone if you want to take the low-hanging fruit and think of this as left versus right, right? So if you're like, on the right, you're like, I need to blame the left, then it's like, whoa, the trans thing is here. But if you're on the left, but you need to blame the right, well, Dad was a diehard MAGA. It's so fed. It's just so federally written. It's amazing. So chaos right here. Anyways, I guess maybe if you're suicidal, that's what you sent. Dad's been pretty diehard MAGA. And then we don't know, again, when these messages all had to happen in these 7 or 8 hours. He says, I'm going to turn myself in.
Yeah, sorry, me internet fucked up there. Yeah.
I thought you rage quit.
You wish.
Willingly. One of my neighbors is here. He is deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. I mean, he seems impassioned here. He doesn't seem suicidal. And then Lance comes back and says, I'm much more worried about you. And Robinson says, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments because the feds want to let you know why it is that we're not talking to Lance, right? They got to tell you. Because Tyler told him, duh. If you're going, wow, if Lance is really not guilty and he hasn't done anything, this would be a good time to speak, right? No, Lance is not doing that because Tyler right here says, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. And if any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and
In a suicidal mind, is it? In a suicidal mind, is it? He ain't going off his mind, is he? Because he just killed somebody.
No, he's very compass mentis, isn't he?
Yeah. He's even managing to abbreviate all his fucking messages.
stay silent. So that's how it happens. And I want to tell you that we can jump back into the timeline here. Our source informs us that it was around 7:00 p.m. when everybody locally began receiving the text messages that Tyler Robinson was in custody and that they were going to pick him up in Warner Valley. Now, Warner Valley is right next to St. George. So he lives very close to his parents is what I want you to recognize. You've got St. George, you've got Warner Valley. So they said like that's where they went to go pick him up. That could very much be his parents' place. But what's really interesting about that, okay, if you consider that they are telling us at 7 p.m., that this is when all the messages started circulating, then we don't know why the feds say that it was the 33rd hour after the shooting, like a total Freemason number. 33rd hour after the shooting. It took us 33 hours. That would be inaccurate, okay? 33 hours would be at 9:23 p.m. Our person is telling us, and I tend to believe them, that everyone knew at 7:00 p.m., okay? And what they tell us took place thereafter. And this is what I confirmed with Lance's family, because I said, wait a second, you owned the house. When did they pick up Lance? When did Lance go in? When did the home that you own get raided by the feds? Did the home that you own get raided by the feds? And what that family is telling me and what my source is telling me, it's matching, okay? So I'm feeling good about this. We'll say allegedly, but I'm feeling good about this, okay? So Tyler is allegedly in custody, and they are told, don't say, don't speak, don't do anything. The feds, you have to wait for the feds to get there to question Tyler. And that didn't happen until the wee hours of the morning. How do we know? Because we're going to hear that from Governor Cox the following morning. Anyways, but apparently what happens is then they bring Lance in at 11 p.m.-ish. We'll tell you around 11 p.m., Lance Twiggs is brought in for questioning, okay? And shortly thereafter, that apartment is raided. And I say overnight into the wee hours of the morning is when they first raid Tyler and Lance's apartment. Now, why am I really stressing this out to you? Or I'm stressing this point to you here. Because this would signal to you that it would be absolute BS if the feds are going to tell us bright and early the next morning that the case is closed. They would know nothing. According to Lance's family, this is when they seized his electronics. They say that he's deep on the internet web, that there's definitely going to be something there. And yet they told us that, quite oddly, Lance gets released right back to his parents. Right, not right back. Lance just gets released to his parents while they're raiding his apartment. Why would they release Lance? Wouldn't you think that you would be detained like for at least 24 hours, right? If we're putting this at around 11 p.m.-ish, that they have brought him in.
Looking at the bigger picture,
and they are now.
Aye.
She's looking at the bigger picture. Her smile now as a friend of Charlie Kirk's, obviously. I mean,
well, that's what I said in the beginning, Chris.
And again, I didn't disagree with you. The one reason I came up was because you said alleged murder, which means you can both agree on that Charlie Kirk's been murdered, right? Okay, where the information's come from and how it's been portrayed, we still don't know. I agree with you. Now, I know Candace Owens was very close to Charlie Kirk, so obviously, you know, when you've got someone doing a deep dive into it like this, and then like putting this out there in that way. You can see, because she's very controversial, Candace, you know. She left the Daily Wire because she wouldn't, like, bend the knee and shit like that, you know. So you can almost guarantee that Candace Owens going to say what she thinks. She mightn't be right, but she'll say what she thinks. And you can make your own judgment from that. But that's... I'll shut up.
Moving to raid his apartment in the wee hours of the morning. Why would they very quickly release him? And beyond that, I'm going to let you know. Let's jump into Friday on the timeline. Like I said, early hours, Tyler and Lance have their apartment raided and the devices seized. For whatever reason, the FBI quickly releases Lance. And I'm told that he is dropped off at his parents' home, allegedly. And then it's at 6 a.m. that President Trump announces with a high degree of certainty that they have the suspect. Okay, so are they still raiding his place? I don't know, but take a listen to Trump on Fox and Friends.
Any updates on the suspect?
Yeah. Can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued, and we all don't get sued, and everything else. But I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor, everybody did a great job.
Okay. And here is what the governor is then 2 hours later is when his press conference began. I'm going to do the short clip. Okay, let's play actually a little bit of the longer clip, Skylar. I'll tell you when to come out of it. It's a 6-minute long clip, and you should go back and watch it in its entirety. He's going to make it seem like, you know, Lance doesn't even exist. But let's start it off and listen to a minute of this, and then I'll give the synopsis.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators...
Hey, he had a black t-shirt on and maroon-colored shorts. When he walked past that camera, he had black t-shirt on and fucking burgundy shorts on.
Yeah, but didn't take long to change your clothes.
Yeah, but he's just said it the wrong way round.
Yeah, I mean, but come on, some of these cunts are thick as fuck.
And you got matey there with the hat on, the sheriff. He's uncomfortable as fuck, he is, isn't he?
This is getting this. I am now. My mind's going overload. Yeah, right. Okay, like I'm wondering, like, obviously, if it is a higher conspiracy coming from like a billionaire organization, why him? How him? How did they get to him?
Because he wouldn't take the money and side with Israel.
No. The shooter, like if it is who they've just say it.
Because I don't think he is the genuine shooter.
Right.
I think there was somebody else that did the shooting.
Yep.
They
don't show us having him take a shot, and they have CCTV cameras all around the place.
Yeah.
But they show him on the roof, but they won't show him taking the shot.
I know, but they
haven't even done any forensics on him to see if you got gunpowder residue on him.
So this is just another massive cover up by a government organisation by the looks of it. Then.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I mean, they could have used a palm gun. They could have used a fucking mobile phone gun.
Yeah. Don't know, but all of it doesn't make any sense, does it?
Well, it never makes any sense, does it? What we get dished to us, right? Unless we start dissecting it like this, right, and then having like discourse between them, well, we never really get. We just have to, like, especially when you watch stuff like the BBC and Channel 4 and shit like that, in Britain. You get fed one side of politics, especially if you watch GB News and Talk News only. You get fed one side of politics. If you watch both sides, and you can at least
gets mad at me watching the news now because she knows they're bloody liars.
Candace is on a mission by the looks of it, like, isn't she?
Well, why aren't they showing us him in custody? Why aren't they showing us on a Zoom to the court? Why aren't they showing that? And he hasn't admitted pleading guilty. November Man put that in the chat earlier.
To be honest with you, that's a good point.
He's argued, and the news in America came out and said he's not cooperating with the FBI.
Isn't there only a mugshot of him? There's only a mugshot of him.
And the mugshot of him, I played it on here last night or the night before. It doesn't even look like the shooter. The ear is completely different once again. The nose is completely different. The lips are completely different. The forehead's completely different. I mean, the only picture we got of the shooter is wearing a baseball cap. Well, the way his head flares out, the baseball cap would be flaring out, not on a round head.
Now I don't even believe any of yous exist on this panel now. I think you're all fucking fake AI.
Right.
I am AI.
It's hard to believe anything, right?
Yeah. So, like we said from the beginning, he's a patsy. He's a crisis actor in real life. He's a patsy, and he'll disappear. He won't get the death penalty because he'll just disappear. He'll get his wad of cash, and they'll go, "Thank you very much."
Yeah, they'll Epstein him.
Yeah.
They'll Epstein him. They'll turn the camera off for 60 seconds so he gets away.
Yeah.
Yeah, cameras will go out. Guards will be asleep, and then there's an open gurney where you can see, because you always have open gurneys, right?
Anyway, gentlemen, look, Smiler, it's been a fucking privilege being up here again, bruv. I love coming up here and fucking like having an argument with your kid. Michael, as always, bruv, I appreciate you looking after Smiler, because if you didn't, somebody else would have to. Yeah. Max, mate, look, Canada is fucked, right? Get out of there.
I know that. Yeah.
Just don't come to Britain. Don't come to Britain, right? Everyone in chat. Right? Everyone in chat.
Maybe we could make it then.
Well, we could just form our own island, right? But again, everyone in chat, right? Okay, listen, don't believe everything you say out here.
Hey, you said Epstein Island's for sale. We could all meet up down there.
Well, I just said that it's going very cheap. We could all chip in and buy it. Do you know what I mean?
Pitch in a few thousand, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but can you imagine the fucking skeletons would find in them closets? But everyone in chat, right? Okay,
you, Chris.
Don't believe anything these fuckers say, right? Just believe everything I say, right? God bless us all, right? Jesus is king, right? Fuck what everyone else says.
Watch the BBC.
So that question.
In Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images.
Okay, stop. That's actually a perfect place to stop right there. My source says he's lying. I don't like Governor Cox. Vibes. Okay, vibes. I don't know. Can't explain it. I'm getting tons of people that are messaging me telling me he's corrupt, that he forced himself onto the ballot, that he wasn't even supposed to be the governor. Allegedly. I just don't like him. Every time we find an inconsistency, I actually find him to be the mouthpiece of it, okay? So he is representing, and my source says falsely, that they picked up Tyler Robinson. And by the way, it makes perfect sense that my source is saying that that's not accurate. In the same outfit that we just showed you, okay, of the maroon thing that happens at 8 o'clock. We don't know what he was doing for 4 hours on campus, but he's telling us that for 33 hours, he decided that he was going to keep the outfit on. Now, remember, I told you that Tyler Robinson's classmate reached out and they insisted that this was an incredibly odd thing because he was very tidy. He was very clean. And they said that's the first thing that they went, that just sounds weird. He was a very tidy dude. Now I'm telling you that my source is saying he wasn't wearing that outfit when he got picked up. He wasn't wearing that outfit when he was brought to the office. If I have this wrong, this would be a very easy thing. Okay, surely they're going to have photos. They've got something for them to release. It's like, yeah, no, we totally got him. I want to be clear. If you are in the police station and you want to reach out and let me know more, tips@CandaceOwens.com, because I'm struck by this. This is what we should be hyper focusing on. He kind of wraps it up and says he was wearing the same outfit. And that always sounded dumb to us. Why would you not take a shower in 33 hours? Okay. That doesn't make any sense to anybody whatsoever. And people are saying that fact is untrue. Okay.
Right, you commit a crime. What's the first thing you do?
Confess or run away.
Well, you could go wash evidence off.
Right, your trainers go in the fucking bin or get set on fire, don't they? Your clothing gets set afire or goes into a trash can somewhere.
Yeah, he brought a change of clothes, right?
Yeah. He's driven all around, all over the different places for God knows how many hours, yeah? Just lingering around.
Yeah.
There were plenty of places that he could have got rid of his clothes. Yeah, he could have incinerated them. He could have done anything with them. Plenty of places.
Apparently, he sat around the scene for like 6 hours waiting for the cops to go away.
Yeah. You know, so...
They didn't question him at all.
No.
No. Close to the scene.
Yeah. You know, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to try and have a shower. You're going to try and get gunpowder residue off you. You're going to try and get rid of your clothing, dispose of it. Trainers. Yeah, you're not going to be wearing the same trainers because when you jumped off that roof, you left a bloody great footprint. Yeah, it doesn't matter how much you wash in underwater, you're still going to get gunpowder residue.
Oh, in your clothes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on your skin. I mean, unless you use acetate or alcohol, you ain't going to remove it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why didn't they come back? Why didn't they come back and said there was fingerprints on the bullets? Yeah, petrol.
They got DNA off the trigger.
Yeah, when they got DNA off the screwdriver.
Must have been pretty rough surfaces, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know.
What did he do? Lick his finger first? Lick his finger first?
Raspy trigger for their finger there?
Yeah. Was he sweating a lot? Was he sweating profusely? I mean, everybody else was in T-shirts. He was in a hoodie. Yeah, when he's walking upstairs, he's wearing... No, he was wearing a sweatshirt, wasn't he?
Yeah. Long sleeve.
Yeah. But everybody else around campus was wearing T-shirts.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was a hoodie or not. Couldn't tell because the picture was pretty grainy.
Yeah, and he had a backpack on.
For 4K.
His hands were sweaty, so he used gunpowder to dry them off. Yeah, it's mental. She does ask some bloody good questions, though, doesn't she?
Yep.
And obviously, she's got into many contacts.
Now, if that is untrue, let's first show you how he wraps this up. We might show you a portion of what he just said again because we wanted to compress his 6-minute clip, but like listen to how he wraps up this conference too, because it's relevant.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah. But I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history.
Closure.
Where? How's it closure?
Closure. We got him. They already start in that he starts talking about the messages. He starts filling in the blanks. He said he had it. He put it in a towel. We have messages. It's all over.
Have the feds swept in yet? That looked like local police and local sheriffs.
Yeah.
So is it their turn to practice assassinations or what?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's the local level assassination practice. Yeah.
Yeah. And they come out and said that after Trump, wasn't it? Didn't Trump announce it first, and then he come out and said it after Trump in his press?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Genghis. How can they say it without a trial?
Yeah.
Yeah. Without DNA, without gunpowder residue, without, you know, there's so many holes in it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So many holes in it. It's unbelievable.
Discord is going to say that's not true. So who made up these messages? When were these messages made up is the question. If Discord's saying they don't exist, this signals to me that these messages were just created, right? And I'm further feeling that way because there's no timestamps. Again, I want to be proven wrong. Okay.
Did Grok have the conversation or ChatGPT?
But I don't like this at all. And we got him. It's over. And we can turn the page with finality. Would you, if you were an honest governor and you knew that only, again, 4 hours early?
Yeah, Genghis. I mean, it'd be, if you said that about somebody in the UK, there'd be a mistrial, wouldn't there? Straight away, there'd be a mistrial.
Well, let's make sure that you stop looking for any other route as well.
Yeah, because somebody might have flown away in that airplane, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody might have flown away and then got another flight to somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Lots that could happen in a few days, even a few hours, right?
Yeah.
Even a few minutes of distraction works really well.
Yeah, well, that was 25 minutes of distraction, wasn't it? With his trousers round his legs. Just kill me, just kill me.
Right.
That's what he shouted, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Shoot me, yeah.
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 And strange, he's been at, 3 of the largest events that have had people unalived. It's strange.
Yeah.
How long does it take to raid a home? I don't know. Is it quick? Is it like a 10-minute thing? It feels like it'd be a long thing to grab the devices. If you knew that you had not even begun going through those devices, how would you say that we can close this chapter? Why would you say that we can close this chapter? I would have said, honestly, and he does not, we raided his home and we are looking for more information. We think that there's going to be a lot more information, but we wanted to let you know that we at least have one person that we feel is definitely involved. That's not what he says. He says it's over, it's done, wrap it up. We're not going to even tell you about the fact that we just raided this place a couple of hours ago. And the person whose place we raided, who was the one that the family says is super internet, we just kind of released, but we're not interested in that. What are we to discern from all of this? I'll tell you my take on this. I think the person in the maroon that's walking is different from the person that's walking up the stairs. It's a gut thing, okay? I don't know, no, but I know, okay? I don't know, no, but I know. It makes sense in the timeline of George Zinn, the decoy boy, that we've got other people that are doing different things, and it is, they do not want us to prod the narrative about the person in maroon. It doesn't make sense. They can't tell us. He said he planned this for weeks. So I'm going to assume if he planned it for weeks, that he didn't go to campus earlier because he wanted to scope things out. He would have done that. He would have obviously been able to do that already because he's been planning this for.
Because he said about a week, didn't he? He said he was planning for about a week. I guess.
Yeah.
Well, they would have had him on campus, recce in the place. He would have gone there and done a recce.
Yeah, he'd have to plan it out. Yeah.
And he didn't know where the tent or the marquee was going to be set.
No.
I mean, even where the marquee was set. I mean, that was complete symbolism as well, wasn't it?
Could have been in any direction.
Yeah.
Although the campuses would typically do it in a similar direction for most events, but those are usually movable platforms. So, yeah.
And then
how do you know where
the building next to the building it was on was a complete building site. Why is U.S. Army Bombardier Global 6500 descending to 600 foot above the lake and just 118 knots right outside UVU 3 hours prior to the shooting? Yeah. Well, exactly, Genghis. Exactly.
Week, he knew where Charlie was speaking, right? Make it make sense. It's very easy to debunk me. Very easy. You should have footage of him in that Dodge Challenger just waiting and salivating. He kept checking. He said, oh, here I am right here, just waiting to get that rifle back. I'm waiting to get that rifle back. Where's the footage? You were on a manhunt. Where is the footage? Surely during a manhunt, you use drones. I feel like we are tech capable enough that during a manhunt, after a murderer of a college student decides to take out Charlie Kirk, who has been a friend of the feds, right? I think probably not a good idea to be friends with these people, but whatever. He's been a friend of the feds. Surely this is a big issue. And to put to rest any conspiracies, you're going to show us that drone footage, and we're going to see the Dodge Challenger just sitting there for hours and hours and hours. And we're maybe even going to be able to see, because I'm sure at that point, like cops maybe set up some barricades or something to see he was going in and out. And then he decides he's going to leave. Show us the footage. Like I said, every inch of that campus is covered. So we should be able to see he's wearing maroon. And you're telling us that he went back to his car and he changed. Show us him leaving campus before he returns back to campus around 11:30. Just show us the footage, okay? I'm demanding it. You know why? Because I need to be able to fit things into my timeline. If that's okay with you. So I would discern that we are looking, just vibe again, 2 different people would be my thing. 2 different people. One of those people is definitely, individuals is definitely being protected. And
all right, Max, take it easy, mate.
Definitely make out that for whatever reason, Lance is being protected. There's no way you release that guy, okay? There's no way you release that guy immediately. There's no way that you intentionally purge him out of these messages, okay? The excuse, he's being cooperative, doesn't work. You can be cooperative while you're still being detained. At least 24 hours before you would say, I felt good to clear him as a suspect, especially when you haven't even raided his home yet. They released him instantly and they said, job done. So I would like more information about Lance Twiggs. Okay, I already don't like that mom received a Bachelor of Science from Stanford University in psychology. It seems to be a running theme in these Fed ops that there's always psychology somewhere in the family. And I want to be very clear, I'm not saying his mom has anything to do with anything, But I am saying that I feel this kid, for some reason, some unknown reason, is being protected. And I'm not the only one. His family feels that way. Okay. His family thinks it's odd. Like I said yesterday, I spoke to them today. I spoke to them yesterday. They think it's odd that the feds moved on from him so quickly and that the feds were being dishonest, and they felt about everything when they first came out with information. So why are we all feeling that way? We absolutely need to get to the bottom of it. Let's take a quick break. I'm going to show you some stuff. I mean, Tucker completely destroyed the Bibi Netanyahu narrative, Megyn Kelly, Dave Smith. I mean, everybody yesterday. The truth is coming out inevitably about Charlie's mindset. The only reason we're discussing it, obviously, is because of Bibi Netanyahu coming out and lying. But some important things that he said. First and foremost, before we do that, I want to remind you guys about Riverbend Ranch, because I absolutely love them as a company. And I know that there were so many people, so many companies that
So it's pretty mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bizarre. It's just too much. I mean,
there's some very weird inconsistencies, and there's some very weird gaps in there.
yeah.
And until it's all put together.
I mean, he was reading off a statement then. So, did they dictate the statement incorrectly?
Oh.
There's a lot to sift through. I just believe that this name, it might be a real person, but I don't believe it's got anything. I don't believe it's got anything to do with it. And if he was supposed to be like wanting to commit Harry Carey, why none of his messages reflect that, do they?
No.
He didn't even say it when he was like, my dad's going to go mental because my granddad's gone or my grandpa's gone. Shit, man, that site was $2,000. So it's just going to keep unfolding and unfolding, isn't it? No, yeah. I don't think anybody that you know, the ones that are pulling the strings are just going to leave it go through. We're going to have somebody called Robinson is probably going to get the death sentence, but there's nobody actually going to the chair, and they're going to say, and they're going to conduct a false funeral, and it's all going to go away very, very sad. Charlie's gone, and now we've killed the murderer. Probably in about 60 years time, because it'd be 80 something then, he'll go, I didn't do it, people. No possibility of this being what it looks like. No, there isn't any possibility of it looking like. It looks like a shower of shite. It absolutely looks like a shower of shite. No. We haven't heard about the two in UK, have we? You know, you had one that was swinging a samurai sword around, and you had the two gay men going, I don't know what to do. Yeah, you had that. What was he? He was in the army, the lieutenant or whatever he was. No, I don't think he's dead. I said I think, you know, they'll say that they gave him the death sentence and we'll have a fake funeral. And then in 60 years' time, because he'd be 82 then, he'll come out and say it didn't happen. You know, a bit like the man that went to the moon. But, you know, just on his deathbed, he said, we never went to the moon. Looks like some radical trans-loving lefty to me. But that's what they want you to think, Urban. That's what they want you to think. If that was the genuine, if those were the genuine messages that he was supposed to be sending to his trans boyfriend, they'd have timestamps. And not one single person has got messages that have got any timestamps on it. Now, pick up your mobile phone, look at your text messages, look at your WhatsApp messages, and tell me if there isn't a timestamp on them. They were text messages. No, they weren't the Discord messages, November. The Discord messages haven't been leaked because Discord said there is no messages. So, you know, every single message you type in WhatsApp, every single message you type on Discord, it goes to a server. It's all there. Like Urban, like, so my printer's over there, right? So if I wanted to print out my text messages, yeah, it would print out the time, the date, the little notice that says delivery at the bottom and read at the bottom. And it would print them straight out as it is on my phone. Where's the photograph? Why haven't they shown the photograph of the note that was under the keyboard? For starters, he probably wouldn't have been using his own phone. He would have used a burner phone, wouldn't he? Well, exactly, Beyonce. They would download them from the phone straight to a printer, and the printer would show everything. It would show what time the message was delivered and what time the message was read. Yeah, it is, because it has to be factual evidence, Urban. It's not digital evidence if it's just a record. Yeah, and that record is also on a server, yeah. It's on the server, and they pull that down from the server. And it's got everything. It's even got the IP. It's even got the tower numbers on it when they pull it that way. So it'd even locate him to the nearest tower. They can't have somebody type it up because it's not submissible as evidence. It's not submissible as evidence if it's a typed up statement. They'd have to download it from the phone itself. It's what they do when somebody gets shot over there, right? And then they check, or there's a bank robbery, but some fool has taken their mobile phone with them, yeah, and that mobile phone has pinged a tower, yeah, because you don't actually have to send a message in order for your phone to ping a tower, because every time it used to flash to pick up signal or to tell you had signal, it's pinging the tower, it's pinging the closest tower, which is why they use three-dimensional plotting to plot your exact location when you're in that area. If you ever watch this guy, sorry about the messages. Hang on. Ooh. Oh, the body language guy. Yeah, he's brilliant. But I haven't watched his take on it. Yeah, that's the one you've just shared me, the body language guy. Body language isn't concrete. Body language will tell you a lot of things about a person. Right, do we want to see Callum? Do we want to see Callum? Callum that was Lotus Eaters. I don't know whether he still is a Lotus Eater. Michael?
Yes.
Do we want to see Callum?
How long is it on for?
I don't think it's very long.
All right.
No.
Can do. I shall have to go to bed after that, I think. Fucking 3:15 again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's YouTube done to bloody... YouTube has changed things up, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, watch later your videos. I do on your videos. No, when you save a video to watch later.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on here? Why am I going shuffle, watch later? What's it doing?
All right, Ricky.
What is it doing? Oh, what the fuck is it doing? I saved it in the fucking, what's it called?
Oh.
But now when I go for my playlists.
Oh, Beyonce's just said tubes turned on auto cue. You have to switch that shit off.
Yeah, how'd you do that? Watch later. It says play all. What the fuck is this? Sort. Date added newest. This hasn't even got my fucking actual history on it.
You gotta go into setting, and there's an option to turn it off apparently.
Oh, what the fucking hell's Callum's channel called again? I only clicked on it earlier and said save, so it'd be there to fucking look for. Let's what the fuck is all that shit, man?
Any luck?
Still looking.
Aye.
Where's it gone?
See you later, Beyonce.
Catch you in a minute, Beyonce. I need a shower as well. It's bloody roasting in there.
Yeah, I got to be up in 4.5 hours.
Have it?
Hmm. I might grab a couple of hours after I got up, but I got to be up in.
Oh, about 20 minutes before I fucking went live, I fucking clicked on the video, so it'd be there. I'm trying to fucking think what his channel's called.
What's his name?
Callum, but that's not his channel.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. I can remember him on Revs a couple of times. I can't think what he called him.
Yeah. Yeah, that was when he come back from Afghan, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Do people in the chat remember him? He'd been to Afghanistan. He looked like an Afghani when he was over there, didn't he?
Hmm.
He was going all to the market stalls buying souvenirs. Oh, what's he called? What's he called? You think he'll lift it? They've already had meetings in Parliament about it, haven't they? He's already in the House of Lords. No, it's not Britannica. It's Callum. He used to be on the Lotus Eaters. I don't know if he still is on the Lotus Eaters.
See, if Dafter was here, he might have known, mightn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, bugger.
I was going to play it the other night as well, wasn't I?
Yeah.
It was the best takedown of Tommy Robinson I ever heard. Well, you've got your own tyranny, Urban. Your whole country is cuckooed. The only person running your country is APAC. And our leaders sadly bend to them as well. Oh, what the fucking body language guy? I watched that fucking ages ago. Oh, what was it called? What was the fucking video called? Well, no, not really, Urban, because it's already in. It's already in Parliament. It's already in the House of Commons. The House of Commons have already been reading it. Oh, God, this is doing my head in, man. Subscriptions. Why aren't we getting subscriptions? Unless he said something too controversial and he's been taken off YouTube, and that's why I can't find it.
Possibly.
I can't see the chat because I'm looking at the other screen.
Right, I'm gonna have to controversially off.
Okie dokie.
All right, bud.
Bye, mate. You take it
I'll
easy.
catch you later on.
All right.
All right.
Carry on looking and see where I can find the fucking channel.
Yeah. Weird how they mess things around again, isn't it?
Hey?
Weird how they bugger things around again.
Yeah, how can they change your fucking settings without fucking... It was fine earlier.
Yeah.
With a save sign, it went to the save videos.
Yeah. Oh well. Let's hope you come across it. See you all later. Night. Sorry,
right.
man. I didn't say hello earlier. Night, man.
No, it's been off, is she?
No, she just said good night to me.
No, right.
I didn't realise I hadn't said hello to her earlier. I wouldn't have done that for the world. All right, bud. Catch you later.
All right, mate. You take it easy. I'll speak to you later on. See, if Vlad was watching, he'd be able to tell me, wouldn't he? Scrolling through, everybody is sub to. If you literally watched 2 minutes of earlier on, then you'd think it'd be in your fucking history, wouldn't you? Institute of Fiscal Studies, bloody hell. I haven't seen him for a while, Dr. Steve Turley. Steve Crowder, I haven't seen him for a while either. Come on, where is that? Oh, Rob Random. He's still alive. I'm seeing Rob Random for ages. Angry Bootneck. 4 drones deployed from that plane. The master. Kentucky ballistics. That was the one that shot himself in the throat. Well, his 50 cal blew up in his throat. He plugged it with his thumb. YouTube, you're a letdown. Absolute letdown, you are. A video. Oh, Richard Robes. Is he still on YouTube? I wish they'd do it in alphabetical order or something. It's all over the bloody shop. Normally you just click on your history. There's your history. Bosh. There's a video I want to watch, isn't it? What it's called, Urban? I just saved it. I can't remember what it was called. But it was the best takedown of Tommy Robinson I ever seen. I give up. We have to fight it and then do it tomorrow, I think. Or later on today, rather. I can't find the bloody thing. Didn't realise I was sub to so many people. Did it. Oh, I can't find it. I'll find it later. Or smoke and mirrors. Still searching. Yeah, I'm going to give up though. Make coffee, have a shower. Alright, catch you later, man. Nice to see you. I haven't seen you for ages. God, it's so annoying. You know it was there. Oh, did it, Herbert? I got a message saying your live was being set to over 18 only. What's going on with this stupid setting? God, Jesus, going on that side, it takes me back 16 years, 18 years. I don't see what I watched 18 years ago. What's all that about? I don't know how to change this setting. You'll be able to comment in 23 hours. Oh, that happened to Max. He had loads of things taken off of him in Canada, so he couldn't do anything. What did you actually type? We've discovered comments you've left may violate community guidelines. Don't know. I got set to over 18 for words like unalive and carry and but using the real words and speedophiles and using the real words. Mine got set to over 18. So you've got to be logged in and be over 18 to watch the live. Peggy, she got banned for 23 hours as well. Do you remember that, November, man? She thought she'd been blocked from the chat. She messaged me on one of my other lives. I don't know. Right. What's the stupid bloody thing doing now? Save. What's later? I won't save it because you've got maximum playlist saved. So I found another video that I wanted to do. Okay. But it won't let me save it. That's why my saved videos. Why aren't they telling me they're saved then? Or not saved, rather. Right. No. Right, I'm off ski. 4:10 in the morning. Need some sleep. Need a shower. Oh. All right. Cheers for tuning in. I'll probably do one tomorrow, but a bit earlier. Uh, 10:02 that. 6 hours. 6 hours behind. All right, I'll catch you all later, people. Cheers for tuning in. I'll see you all later on.